again. So.
All I'm saying is the most important body part to get mega enhanced is your jaw.
So you have a Chad chin.
Chew big bubble gum.
You can bite someone's arm off if you wanted.
Now we're talking.
You can bite off your fingers if you want. Did you know that?
Well, physically you can. Mentally, I don't think it's possible. You would need to take like a lot of pills to be able to disassociate enough to actually commit to it.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of weak jaw do you think I have, Alex? I couldn't do that. What's wrong with you?
I said that you can.
Yeah, why? I don't know why you bring it up. Of course I can. I'm powerful, Alex.
Okay, throw it out one last thing because I think it's really stupid. Everyone's gonna get a quick 10-second answer. $1 million, but you have to bite off your own pinky. Ronnie, do you do it?
No.
Dave?
No.
William?
No.
Alex?
I think I would be physically incapable.
Okay, so I'm the sociopath. Got it.
Yeah, it's not because...
Robert, I will believe it when I see it.
If you offer me $1 million, I would show it to you. Fuck you.
It's not because the money's too low. It's because I don't think I could bite my finger off.
Oh,
I don't want to.
I don't think I have that in me.
I kind of need both my pinkies to type, but that's fine. I can learn to not. Oh, that'd be really awkward. How would I access the shift key? I'm like home rowing right now, and it makes me feel icky.
I just think it's a slippery slope. Like you start with your pinky, but then what else are you gonna bite off?
Yeah, I would get a little hungry. Maybe have like a middle toe as a snack.
Oh my god.
Oh. What about toe, Alex? Would you bite off a toe for $1 million?
Again, I think I would be physically incapable.
What about William's toe?
If you think I would ever let William's feet anywhere near my mouth, you must be insane.
That's wild because I'd totally buy Alex's toe for $1 million.
William.
I'd do it for free.
Shut up! You can't take my catchphrase.
It's such a catchphrase, Alex.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's one of them.
No, you don't get multiple. Your catchphrase is I do what I want.
No. The new one is sometimes you have to pay for that.
No. It's for free? Question mark.
Okay. Listen, Alex, maybe not for free, but as a personal favorite of Robert, I would.
This got so fucking off the rails.
It always does.
No, it doesn't. I always am like this when like somebody is missing a session. Like it feels incomplete and it makes it harder for me to get started.
Your weakness disgusts me, Robert.
After
really
Clear Obscure's downloading. I gave in.
Oh. Wait, Alex said something. Alex, what were you gonna say? It was really stupid.
Well, I was, because we were gonna start, I put my phone down, and I don't want to say it because you're gonna yell at me.
Well, I can't hit the resume button on the recap until.
I was gonna say, could you pray for me so I have better luck in my stupid gotcha game?
No, but I could bite your toe off.
I don't think that would help.
You never know.
After being sent into the Sabine Highlands on a journey for an artifact that would hopefully give answers as to the curse of Captain Soren, the group, the Fortunes Accord, dealt with trial after fucking tribulation, eventually finding the abandoned village of Morestus and an old... What the fuck? My thing is not auto-detecting OBS, and it's not auto-muting Discord. I need a second. I'm very upset.
Oh, no.
and heading into an old temple in a cave. Strange and not quite what you were expecting across the board, but you found it, and below it, you found the answer. You found the Tome of Erudition, a book that can give you answers to any question that has an absolute answer. And after having a very tense dialogue with this massive humanoid thing, trying to understand the tome, trying to understand the town, trying to understand everything, you eventually agreed, made a trade, took the tome, and escaped. Eventually making it back to Morestus, where, well, before you did that on the outskirts, Frey immediately asked how to get rid of the curse and got the unfortunate answer that seemed a little unfortunate. You needed to kill Captain Wallace. Out in the Ephirian doldrums where the curse was first created. But beyond that, you spent some time, you tried to understand, learn what you could about Morestus, see if there was anyone else you could help. Unfortunately, there was not. Another question asking how to bring Strieg back. One that had a very curse and slightly unfortunate answer, which was going to be released. Survival will be up to him, though. Henrietta, on the other hand, she's seemingly good. Eventually, the tome was opened a third time by Garrett, asking how to regain his place among the stars. Something that gave him a very unfortunate answer of desperately needing to move forward, ignore the discomfort, fight it, and eventually he would find himself. But with the information that Strieg was going to be somewhere on the southern shore, you all had no choice but to hurry. Spent a day and change traveling, and eventually, after an encounter with a squire of the Beacon Knights, who eventually was killed, appeared as Strieg. More umbral fuckery. Continued on around the lake and found your friend, unconscious but breathing. Henrietta not far away. So I would ask unto you all, as I have what feels like 1 billion times already, almost said Smar. Lawrence, Frey, Garrett, and Mira. It is a very stressful time. I believe it was afternoon to early evening. If my head is right, I forgot to check time before the session. What are you guys doing?
Immediately ran over to where?
Yeah, and it was like a 5-6 hours travel or
Yes.
something, so.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah. So, afternoon.
Well, I'm pretty sure that we were leaving.
Absconding.
Yeah, we're gonna throw him over the back of the. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about going to the Beacon Knights anymore, but we can just We can just throw Strieg over the back of Henrietta here, carefully tie him down, and start moving along. The further we can get away from water before night, the better.
Agreed.
Can be more of those drowned things.
What about Emmett's body?
Quick funeral pyre. Shouldn't take more than 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Did we bring it with us? I don't remember.
You did, specifically, because it was
Okay.
Strieg.
All right, yes.
And for the record, the body does still look like Strieg.
Yeah. Just don't get them confused.
Well, we'll still have to, out of character-wise. We'll still have to undo the harness from Mira and put it back on the donkey. or the in-character version is I think Mira was carrying most of the stuff, so we could probably put some stuff back on the donkey in addition to Strieg.
I mean,
Yeah.
we could delegate responsibilities or whatever.
Oh, like have
While
someone
we're-
do the
while we're
the-
doing the funeral pyre thingy.
Yeah, Lawrence can handle the items and such, while the rest get the funeral going.
Yep.
But remember the buddy system. Everyone stick together with someone.
While you're collecting the stuff, Garrett would not want the knife that Emmett killed himself with back.
I mean,
Unless we left that way back behind, or I don't know what we did with that, but Garrett wouldn't want that back.
no.
Someone grabbing it. I don't remember who.
I
Ronnie?
dropped it.
I meant
Frey picked it up, but he would have dropped it again.
Okay, we left it there then.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just a bronze dagger, copper dagger, whatever we use. I think what bronze? Yeah, it's bronze.
Dime a
It's
dozen.
bronze dagger. Yep.
Right.
But
So-
I'll help get the pyre ready, having done these before.
And Frey will help as well.
We'll gather wood.
All right. You guys spend a little while, prepare a fire for Emmet, who is not Strieg, but looks like Strieg. And after maybe 10-15 minutes, you have a good-sized fire going.
I'm assuming he's already on it and burning.
Yeah, unless there was something else you guys wanted to do.
Lawrence will say a couple of words. You'll speak briefly on the man who we knew very briefly, but whose misfortune was quite vast. That they would, in fact, pass along news of his life and death to the Beacon Knights once they could.
And Frey will just add on. It's a promise.
Mira will just say that she's sorry that she couldn't save him in time. Couldn't do anything in time. Enough in time, rather. That sounds about right.
Is it in character that she changes her mind on what she's going to be saying a couple times?
No! Leave me alone, William.
That's okay, Alex.
Garrett would just shake his head and just... Too damn much. We thought we won, but this shit's out here still. We'll have to He'll never be gone, and just another poor bastard. There wasn't much we could do for him, but best we can do is let the Beacon Knights know what happened to him.
And
Frey is
go ahead.
silent through the rest of the process.
And eventually, the fire will probably be raging for a couple of hours at least. Are you guys intent on staying, or is it a case
Nope.
of...
Unless someone wants to, I think Lawrence is ready
I
to
mean-
move out after the words are said.
Yeah, I'd like to think we would have set it up somewhere on the beach where it wasn't too close to
Yeah.
trees or anything that it
Yes.
would accidentally start a forest fire. But once it's going and his body starts getting consumed, we out.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me as well.
With Henrietta and Strieg in some way back, it is awkward and probably feels weird for everyone, but nonetheless, you must press on. You must continue your journey. And so you do. You have a few hours of daylight traveling. It's gonna be not quite slow going, but by no means will it be quick. Are you trying to retrace your steps or see if there is another option?
I believe there was some discussion about avoiding the river this time, if we have the time.
Right, because we're not gonna be able to cross at that crossing anymore because the trees wrecked everything.
So what, do we follow alongside the river until we just find somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we
What's
could
a good
follow
place to
it
ford
further
is all.
downstream.
I find a part where it's wide and not deep.
Yes, I'd rather not have a repeat of what happened last time. Frey
Problems.
rubs his arms.
For all the misfortune we've experienced, there's been surprisingly few losses in the grand scheme of things. Not to diminish the things we have lost, mind, but
Everyone's still alive.
that was unexpected.
We still don't know how Streak will be, or what the impact of what's happened to the rest of us might be in the long term.
We've discussed a few times how much support each of you wishes to give the others. I believe if that holds true, those things we've discussed, that he should be fine, in the long run at least.
Well, I'll feel better once he wakes up.
Me too.
Right. And with that, not losing all your belongings and having at least enough to get back, hopefully, you continue. It's going to be slow going. Garrett, are you wayfinding?
Yes. That would be my intention.
Lawrence will ask Garrett if he sees any convenient deer or anything to maybe do a little bit of hunting while he's ahead.
I can certainly try to keep an eye out. Would you want survive or wisdom for this then, if I'm adding the option to kind of look for deer to hunt?
I would say, like, they're two kind of different things. Like, if you're, like, obviously if you see something in your path, I would let you know. But if you're going to be following tracks, then you can't also be wayfinding.
Correct.
I think the idea is opportunistic, at least is what Lawrence is suggesting.
So then just notice?
No. Wayfinding is always a wisdom survive.
Oh, it's always survive. Okay. That's right. I'm going to re-roll that just to see how we do. There we go.
It is still uncomfortable. Even in the daytime, it takes a lot to get used to. Again, it feels better when you're under trees, but there's still just that constant in the back of your head feeling of not belonging, of something being off. But you do your best and you press on besides that.
Just gotta keep going.
I'll mention that if it seems that Garrett is uncomfortable when the group is like taking breaks, that Lawrence will help distract from that with some conversation.
Well, when Garrett's wayfinding, he's doing it like hundreds of feet ahead.
Just to clarify, I said when the group is taking a break.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry. I brain farted there.
Yeah, certainly Garrett would appreciate some conversation to help distract from how he's feeling.
You know, maybe talk about some of his favorite bars back in Ceres or Alice here, just idle chatter.
Yeah. He'd probably mention a couple of the stunts that he and his crew got up to back in Alice here. Between, obviously not mentioning Zane because he doesn't remember him, but it would come across a little stilted because it would be almost like there should have been someone else there, but his mind can't quite think of who it is. Maybe it was another patron who got caught up in the excitement when they were doing something dumb, or maybe it was someone's cousin from out of town, but something's not quite there. But you're drunk, and these are stories from at least a year and a half, 2 years ago, so nothing super recent to really remember well.
And Frey join in on these conversations as well?
No, sorry, no, Frey's not. No, Frey can join in on the conversations. Go away, Frey. We don't want to talk to you.
Frey, did you mean Fortuny Soul? Because you said Alice here.
Well, he said Alice here, which we wouldn't have done. It would have been, I guess, closer to Fortuny Soul. Though,
okay.
Because Frey wouldn't. No, well, Garrett would have been in Alice here at least once or twice while wayfinding, but nothing really too crazy. But mostly it would have been about Artaviste.
Okay. Oh,
yeah, Lawrence's stuff is Alice here in Ceres.
Yeah.
And as far as Frey joining, like Lawrence just more or less, as soon as he notices, Garrett seeming uncomfortable, he would have just, walked up, started talking to him. Maybe Frey can intuit that it was for the purpose of helping him, ignore that discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, Frey.
Easy enough to walk up as well.
Yeah, Frey would have the same thought himself, because he's always tried to be, companionable and easy to talk to, but with everything with Garrett lately and how he's been with Frey, or distrustful of Frey,
What? Distrustful of
Lawrence.
Frey? No.
Lawrence is definitely a bit of a helpful buffer there.
Yeah.
But I think Frey would try and, because I don't think that they're aware that Garrett has forgotten Zane.
Well,
think
he wouldn't.
so.
He wouldn't have been able to say that he's forgotten Zane
Yeah.
because
I think
Yeah.
Lawrence has gleaned it. If they've like at all talked in depth like about the situation, then I'm sure that would have come up. If you do want Frey to know.
No, I think it's fine. I think also Samar might have done some surface thought reading, or Zane may have come up before. I know Rohan at least got mentioned, and Garrett was like, "Who?" So I'm wondering if maybe Zane also had been mentioned real quick.
Zane came up with Lawrence talking to Garrett. Like 100%.
Yeah. So Garrett wouldn't know who he is, but everyone else would. Yeah.
Another question, if you don't mind, does the mood at all change when Frey walks up and joins in?
No, I don't think so. At least not on Garrett's part. He's trying to get along with everyone because the book said to trust everyone, and
The book said.
the book said, and this is supposedly the book of the really smart guy who's the smartest guy ever and has solved all the world's problems, and this will help him get his place back so he's not uncomfortable. So he's like, I guess I have to be nice to Frey.
Is any part of that also the thing Lawrence said to him?
Yeah, a little bit too, with Lawrence trying to convince him to not be a total dick to all his people, and that they do actually care about him. He's seen it, but it was hard to recognize, and now that they're on the way back, he's feeling a little better just to get the hell out of here, away from all this crap. And
Alrighty.
Well, on the topic of Zane, I think Frey, as it kind of, notices that hole in the conversation in Garrett's stories, he will try and kind of suggest the part Zane might have played, kind of offering hooks basically to see if he if there's anything that he can kind of jog Garrett's memory to create that Zane shaped space. And yeah, he'll do all that in his own eloquent way that I cannot reproduce.
How's Garrett react to that?
mostly confused. Because he doesn't know who this is. Someone he's never heard of before. Someone that you're saying I know this guy. That doesn't sound right. But
well, Frey's not being blunt about it. He's basically being like,
leading.
Yeah, he's basically kind of leading the leading the conversation and trying to lead Garrett's thoughts and memories to things that might remind him of Zane.
It would mostly just be vague and like he doesn't think that they were hiding out in Zane's house. He thinks they were hiding out in one of his friends' properties. If Zane was brought up and it was mentioned that like Samar knew them, then it would just become, oh well, I don't know what the connection there is, but I guess they knew them before all that. If Frey had mentioned that Zane was the head of the PMC that Artavishte hires for their navy, then he probably would have been like, oh, maybe I've seen him around.
Mm-hmm.
But like he wouldn't be someone that he actively, if you described him, be like, yeah, he sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've ever talked to him or anything.
Frey would just be like, yeah, no, your friend had a really excellent taste in bathrobes. He'd kind of like,
Bathrobes.
just dance around the entire thing in Frey's way.
Yeah, he still would be just kind of like weird about it, but not like, he wouldn't be trying to be mean or anything. But it just would be like, I don't know who you're talking about. I'm just kind of confused about it. I mean, I guess I've seen him around, but.
Well, regardless, your life is certainly full of colorful characters.
Yeah, things definitely were. We got up to some stuff. I mean, you remember back when we first got back to Artivish, they dumped a bucket of honey on me. I mean, part of me still can't believe they spent that much money just to cover me with honey and feathers. But
Lawrence once again looks appalled at the waste of money.
But
well,
Very silly.
Sometimes the moment is worth it. It's not my preference of a prank. Far too messy. But if you all enjoyed it.
It was a surprising way to get welcomed back to Artivish Day. And I don't know if it was entirely appropriate, seeing as how we were trying to avoid being ambushed in general by McBrennan and his crew, and then we're at the Duchess's own party, and we get ambushed with I got ambushed with a bucket of honey. So certainly was a surprising couple of minutes right there, right off the bat.
Well, I only hope the next time I'll have some forewarning so I can be there to witness it.
Yes, yeah. You didn't. I thought it was you and Mira who came over when that happened to me. I called out or something. That wasn't.
I believe I was having some pleasant conversation with the party guests.
You were probably trying to make some connections with the nobility. Maybe it was Strieg and Mira who came over to investigate then.
I think Rohan was there too.
It's in character, he doesn't.
It in character or out of character, it very much was Rohan who came over.
Yeah.
In character, Garrett's like, who? You mentioned him before. I don't remember him. He doesn't sound familiar.
Mr. Viacourt?
Mm-hmm.
You recall when I told you that you lost much, right?
You think I would forget someone that I knew like that?
Lawrence puts his hand on his shoulder. Mr. Viacourt, I'm afraid that there will be many times in the coming days or weeks where you'll be surprised to hear someone expecting you to know something and you do not.
Well, that's gonna be awkward then, I guess. Don't know how to handle that. And Garrett's just kind of get up and walk away at that. He's like, all right, this is too much.
Ray also lets out a sigh as he goes.
I wasn't going to say anything after the first, but, well.
I mean, I
suppose
have...
the second pushed me.
I have thought of sharing sketches. I have some I filed away on, for most of us, really. But somehow I don't think that will help.
Well, with the money we're going to be coming into after this, maybe you could have a portrait commissioned.
That would be a fine idea. Not even just for Garrett, but for Rohan himself. in remembrance.
He was a mage, I believe you had mentioned.
He was. He liked to experiment and find the oddest trinkets.
I can certainly respect that.
I have a feeling that the two of you would have much in common in that regard.
A shame. Truly.
Mira, what was the strangest thing that Rohan had acquired?
There was that giggling coin. I think that was what it was. And
Oh yes. Oh, I so wanted to throw that one into a bush somewhere.
Was it anything like that horrific pillow that your ward had, Miss Tyrell?
well, sort of. I guess just in that it doesn't seem like it has any immediate use. Just a trinket.
Quirky trinkets.
Well, I do like a trinket, quirky or otherwise, so.
I still have that funny little candle he gave me.
Oh, and what's that?
Here, and Frey, as they're walking along, he will dig out of his pack the dancing candle, and he will light it with a spark from his fingers, and its flame dances. I assume it makes like a little like dancing figure. That's what I imagine.
I think when it's situations where they're not like there's not a lot of tension or anything, Lawrence is actually pretty amused by Frey's little magic tricks, and of
yes.
course by the candle itself too.
Yeah, it dances to the beat of the sounds of nature, the crackling of its own fire, your own conversation.
Interpretive, this dance.
I thought it was a little odd when he first gave it to me, but I admit it's growing on me.
Like it was a gift.
Exactly.
Hmm.
The last gift, really, that he gave.
Lawrence will hand it back.
Frey will smile a little and snuff it out.
Miss Tyrell, do you hold any items as treasure?
Let me open my bag here. Well, this, of course. Didn't she just point to, she wears like a cameo all the time that's like a blue rose. My father gave it to me.
The alchemist.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, arcanist was the word you described him, right?
Probably both, but yes.
All right, whatever Lawrence would call him as he's been described. So it's simply a preserved plant or flower, or
Do you not know what a cameo is, William?
is William an idiot?
Yes.
I thought it was a flower. You said blue rose.
A cameo is a specific kind of jewelry. It's like a little carved relief. Let me hold on.
Oh, like an emblem or something.
Yeah. Let me.
A brooch, if you will.
Well, something like this isn't specifically a cameo, but something like that, I guess. Or.
All right. Like a little brooch.
Yeah, but I specifically,
is it on a
I think.
necklace, or?
Yeah, in this case, it would probably be on a necklace.
So it is just pure jewelry.
Yeah. Yes. Precisely.
Another cameo would be me in this scene talking.
Teehee.
Continue.
Yeah, Lawrence admires it from a polite distance. Has good taste in jewelry.
Well, it's sort of symbolic, I guess. There aren't really, there aren't natural blue roses, so it's sort of, I'm Googling because I forget the exact wording.
Symbolizes an impossible challenge. I have it written in my notes.
Yes. Something unattainable. But, well, she kind of like, gestures to all of her, right?
And that challenges your existence?
I guess so.
Well, just not sure what to think of that.
I mean, even my name, it comes from miracle, so she I mean, I don't think she can really like blush very much because she doesn't have a lot of blood, but
Lauren's like
Maybe a
guffaws at
little.
that. That's a bit corny.
was that in character or out of character?
Yes, the Lord says that.
Well, it's the challenge of bringing a new being into the world. Isn't it always a challenge, no matter how you're created?
Maybe.
Different manners, I suppose. Some more than others.
It seems fairly easy to make a human child. Maybe not for everyone, but comparatively.
Frey gives a little smile, and I've known a few mothers who might say otherwise.
So not for everyone. Sorry, I had the thought of like Mira chattering about how like, this is what I heard about how babies come from. I read this and this. Is that true? But I mean,
Pretty funny. Does she?
no, probably not. Tell me where babies come from, Mr. Lawrence.
Well, if he's not, I think after a moment, Lawrence will just kind of, adjust his glass and say, these were actually a gift.
From who?
Let me double check to make sure I have it correct. Immediately, I'm pretty sure it was the cook guy, Mr. Mori, that he mentioned before.
Just because they look nice, or because of, she kind of like pointedly raises an eyebrow.
They're an excellent signature, don't you think?
Well, yes.
They're certainly eye-catching.
I think
No,
I
I-
mentioned before. Go ahead.
Not that I know anything about modern fashion, given that I was in a basement for 10 years, but they look nice to me.
The only thing to know is that you wear what you wish. And you'll always come out on top.
Is Frey the only one here who does not know about his blue eyes yet?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay. Frey definitely looks very curious. I
Well,
have wondered.
I think Mira promised not to say anything, so she'll just be quiet.
Well, I have
Go
wondered
ahead.
about the glasses, but I thought it rather impolite to ask.
Well, unfortunately, some of your allies do not hold such thoughts, it seems.
Mira looks
Well,
away, like a little guilty.
I'll admit that my companions are a bit less aware of social etiquette. Which which isn't a terrible thing, mind you.
That's certainly something. But as far as the glasses go, they're actually the reason I met Mr. Garvin. He spotted them from across a dirty little pub in Ceres.
Really now?
That's how that was my best business contact. So I'd say they're good luck.
Well, I'd say it sounds like that luck is still holding out. Though are dark glass is something you often look for in a business partner. I mean, I suppose it does add that edge of mystery.
Myself, I can't say I do. Usually someone who enjoys a good drink is a good start. Second only by, them being successful in their own right. Reliable. Competent. These are all good features, I'd say.
And where would you say that we rank in that?
Oh, Mr. Viacourt seems to have gotten ahead of us. We should really continue.
Frey laughs at that.
Why don't you ask again after a few drinks?
I'll make sure to. First bar we find our way to.
With that, you guys pack up from your rest and travel for a couple more hours until nearly sunset, when Garrett is able to find a place that seems decent enough to set up for the night. And I get jump scared. Oh, my favorite thing about opening Foundry. I don't know how to fix it.
How are we going to proceed here? Are we going to run off that that tracking thing for a while?
What?
For the remainder, for the trip,
yes, that is going to be Garrett's wayfinding for as long as he is wayfinding.
Gotcha.
Yep. I think I rolled an 11.
Doing watch rolls, or?
I was gonna say ditto watch rolls. However you wish to do that.
You want to roll some R's?
Sure. What's the order gonna be?
I believe it's the classic one, which is Mira, Frey.
Yeah.
Frey, Garrett, Samar, Lawrence.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right. Because
where are we gonna fit Strieg in there?
Strieg's dead.
I think he's unconscious.
I know. That was
He's on the all one with Mira. Real question: where's Henrietta?
That Mira, all Frey, Garrett, Samar, Lawrence.
I was blinking and I thought it said grammar at first. I was like, what? Huh? Anyway. Yes, that's it. That's correct.
I will
Robert.
pin that for the sake of our sanity, so we have a baseline to reference in the future.
Got a lot pinned in here. Anyway.
Put it there too.
Shall we all do a roll then, or do you want us to do it in order?
Mira first? Yeah, we'll do it in order. Mira first. And this is going to be for the extent of your trip.
Do well, Alex.
Given that I am awake all the time, I should probably invest in notice in the future.
Ah, that's metagaming.
I cursed myself.
That's what you get. That's what you get for implying you're gonna metagame. Also, how are you gonna invest in something when you don't level up?
Teehee. To be fair, though,
I said in the future, which could,
she is
not
being
happen.
relied on to keep watch often. The idea that she'd want to start paying more attention for the sake of her friends is admirable.
I know. I just wanted Alex to say that.
I don't have to. William said it for me.
Aww.
I'm also gonna start playing Mira from now on. Everyone, that's one y'all know.
Yeah, we're gonna swap.
No, let's do both.
Oh,
guys,
one week there's only gonna be like
let's
3 of you
mine.
here, and I'm gonna have you each roll dice to see which character you play.
The body swap session,
Freaky Friday.
followed by the hot spring session.
Don't think I wouldn't do a Freaky Friday. That sounds like fun.
We talked about that a couple of times, didn't we?
We have. I mean, I even think I
Anyway.
told you the mechanic of how I would do it. Anyway, yeah. So with Mira is Frey. Well, hopefully there's no umbral fun going on here in the jungles. Forest, whatever.
Frey falls asleep. He is not there to wake Garrett up.
We're making William cry.
God.
Frey's,
cry.
by the time you get to camp, like, the camp setup, Frey's already teetering. Oh, thank God Mira doesn't need to sleep.
Tee.
I'm just too worried about Strig.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're so worried you don't even notice Frey fall asleep.
Oh.
I'm assuming Garrett would probably just be awake around the appropriate time anyways, and would
Getting used to
notice
it, huh?
that. Yeah, that no one would
Yeah,
come
like
and
when your
wake him
alarm
up.
clock doesn't go off, you turn over and you oh shit!
Yeah.
And yeah.
Mr. Reliable.
It is incredibly uncomfortable out here. I was gonna say you do it
Swap
at a
with
minus
Lawrence.
2, but
Oh, well, you
That's
can take
fine.
2 off that and make
Yeah.
it an 8 if you want.
Let's just modify the DC.
yeah, that's what I was
That's
doing in
it.
my head.
Yeah, should have swapped with Lawrence for that last session or last shift on watch. Ugh.
But either way, nothing happening. It's thankfully quiet for the next couple of hours after you guys eventually are able to, you know, get set up and Frey's already in bed and you're like, okay, whatever. Nothing happens. Now, Samar, which I have to do because oh my god, I haven't looked at, like, a sheet to interact with in so long.
Good old Sam R.
Is it Wisdom Notice? There we go.
God, we're a bunch of chumps.
This is going for the whole journey.
We just really want to go home.
All right, and bring us on home, Larry.
Larry. Yeah! He's too busy admiring the retirement blade.
Oh, it's like the world's worst Yahtzee hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 10.
We're not going to get our straight. We're not going to straight max like this.
This is just some clown rolls. But either way,
We're high card maxing.
it is thankfully at least one simple night. And another quiet morning. Oh my god, not having to update shit in OBS anymore is so nice. It's literally one less thing I have to juggle with buttons. The 4.5 hours I spent getting it to work were totally worth it. Anyway. It's another morning. Is there anything specific you want to do before heading off? At which point we'll be getting into travel mode.
I don't think so. Has Frey heard anything from his ghost companion?
Nothing at all.
Okay. Frey tries his best to sleep in.
Oh,
that is not
well,
happening.
in that case... the minute everyone else is awake and you, like, hear them and you turn over, you feel this just, like right in your ear.
Oh. Frey just, like, shoots up, just, like, looking around wildly and just, like, who's doing that?
You can see Lawrence heating up rations. Everyone's breaking.
Mira blinking in confusion across the clearing or whatever.
Oh. Frey looking a little put out, but he starts getting his stuff together.
Nothing else. You made a promise. Well, in a way, you made a promise.
Lawrence will be surprised to see Frey up early. Mr. Varrock, I could have sworn that Miss Tyrell had to drag you out of bed every morning.
Well, I think somebody else took that job from her.
I'm sure she'll be distraught. Work's so hard to come by these days.
I am perhaps a little concerned about our trip back.
Trust Mr. Viacourt. There are few wayfinders I've seen better. And I've seen a good few.
Right, of course. And Frey will kind of, look around again just to see if that spirit is lingering.
You don't see anything at first, and then you can see your bedroll being straightened up. You can see your things being organized around it.
Best haunting ever.
I did not mean to cackle.
And then a second later, like as you're blinking and watching, it's just not done anymore. A vision more than anything, unfortunately.
Okay.
Take back what I said.
Frey,
I knew that was
I'm
gonna
gonna make
happen.
an apology video on YouTube.
Frey frowns a little confused, but he will go and start packing up his things in probably a bit less of a neat, orderly fashion.
That's still close enough. That's still close enough for Lawrence to talk to him, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Varrock, you spent a lot of time in Alistair, right?
I did, my whole life, in fact.
Did you get to experience some of the more foreign delicacies that come through there?
I have certainly had the pleasure.
Well, there is one particular one that does help some people on mornings like these. If you're interested, I can make some.
Please tell me it's tea. I miss it desperately.
Lawrence
But
chuckles.
it is, but I know it is a little less accepted outside of Alistair. Seems a ridiculous thing to get all upset about.
Alistair's a horrid town, really, but there's a lot of fun to be had there and a lot of things to be enjoyed. You can see
You
him
are
smile as he starts boiling water.
So is that a yes then?
Lawrence refuses to answer as he makes tea.
Frey is going to hover nearby as Lawrence is this. So what kind are you making? And he'll try to guess from the smell.
Well, Robert, what kind does one get in Fortune Isol? I know you told me that they specifically can be found there.
Yes. So, Fortuny Soul is going to have more existence of tea than pretty much any place except for Alistair. So, you'd have a lot
It's like
more
the two
options,
places.
but it will probably be I would say like an herbal tea of like, you know, dried like lavender and maybe like dried out almost like hyper dried out, like almost like a tea is not something I've spent a ton of time on, and I'm trying to put a little more effort into it.
Rose nibs or something are really common in tea.
Yeah, that's boring. That's why I didn't want to do it.
Hips.
Rose hips, yeah.
There you go.
But no, that's boring. Lavender
I mean,
and
it's a common base for herbal teas.
yeah, it would be a lavender base with
Do like cinnamon or something. I don't know.
no a kind of
That
like
sounds fucking awful.
it does.
Fuck off.
With like a this kind of dried out, almost like potpourried sliced grapes that kind of, you know, you steep them in it and it gives it this kind of mixture of a lavender scent with this kind of almost grape taste to it.
Since Frey is hovering, he'd probably noticed that Lawrence has a mighty large bag of that near the bottom of his actual bag, and it's like in a few bags, like it is packed.
Have you been holding out on me?
I'm holding on many things. This is just one.
Do you have other flavors?
Frey, you don't come across this kind of thing too often.
Well, I certainly won't be picky. It has been far too long.
It's really funny to me. I had a character that Lawrence like, oh, it's good for you in the morning. Robert describes the tea that Lawrence has as not being a caffeine one.
Oh.
It's just something to relax with.
Listen, it's
Yeah.
good for waking you up. It's hot water with slight flavor.
Fucking Robert gets up in the morning, heats water, drinks it. The maniac.
Listen. Remind me after the session, and I will do a
No.
deep dive on fucking tea and get a full elaborate shit. It's something I should have done, but I've
Okay, I
just
might do that.
never
I
been
might do
able
that.
to. I will do a full fucking tea deep dive after the session.
As a quick aside, when Robert was still making this session, me and him spent like 3 fucking nights talking about all
Making the
food that
campaign,
could
the world,
feasibly
the setting, not the
exist in
session.
setting. What? What did I say?
You said the session.
I meant setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I helped Robert with the food and drink stuff really early on.
Oh, cool.
Anyway, yeah. So Lawrence will heat that up, and I'm assuming Frey has his own cup, since we probably do with mess kits or whatever.
Yeah. Frey has his own cup. It's not a super nice cup because nobody would let him pack like a nice porcelain cup.
Listen, copper cups are good. They're antibacterial.
But Frey doesn't care about antibacterial. It's all about the aesthetic.
Yeah. That's why it's important for those nice lead painted cups.
Yes, exactly.
Lawrence
but
is
yeah.
just fucking dented from when his shit got fucked.
Yes, Frey will very carefully unpack his copper cup and just hold it out.
Yeah, Lawrence will pour some tea. Garrett is welcome to join if he makes his way over. Mira can watch.
Drink things?
Can she taste things?
Yes.
If Mira wants it, but Lawrence will definitely pour some for her too. He probably like pauses from it before doing so. Maybe with the question, does she taste? Like in his mind, but doesn't ask it out loud.
Did Professor Dad have tea at the house, Robert?
Oh no. That too
No,
far
he's a
in.
coffee man.
He
no-
was a
no
wine
coffee.
man.
Oh, well,
Many are. Many such cases.
Frey takes a drink in just this happy, relaxed sigh.
Lawrence also enjoys his cup. It is clear that this is no new thing to him. Does Garrett join in? Does he get peer pressured? Dave, if you are speaking, you are muted.
I'm not. Am I muted?
You aren't now.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
You've not said anything in a hot minute.
All right. I had my microphone, I guess, not all the way down. I must have bumped it, and it.
Oh, nice.
No, Garrett would not. He wouldn't partake of the tea because, as it was previously described, was not particularly enjoyable. Lavender and cinnamon. Ugh.
No, it was lavender and
I had
grape.
cinnamon.
Oh,
No,
lavender and
Alex
grape.
said cinnamon because she's a fucking
No,
cereal.
William said cinnamon.
Eat shit, Alex!
No, but
Oh, I'm
I
sorry,
said that.
Alex.
I said cinnamon.
yeah,
God.
lavender is still not his kind of tea,
Really?
anyways. So
Okay. Does he
Alex
have a
said
kind of tea,
cinnamon.
given that tea's only really a thing in Alessier and Fortuny's Soul?
no, but anything with lavender taste in it is not his, because they'll eat lavender in variety of
Alright.
stuff.
Just watches.
Yeah.
I imagine. I want to say Samar would probably join since they are also have a history in Alessier, maybe?
Yeah,
Hard
probably.
to say.
Now a nice mulled
Well, look-
wine.
We'll let
Don't get Lawrence started
Adarsh
on-
weigh
Don't get
in.
Lawrence started on mulled wine. But yeah, I imagine it is a relaxing morn.
We have a tea party.
Sans Garrett.
Frey, I think once his cup is empty, he just says, "Thank you. Oh, I needed that."
Well, maybe your next time you're in Fortuny's Soul or Alessier, you can grab some of your own. Of course, it is not the cheapest, but well, I don't think anyone's gonna be hurting for silver anytime soon.
Regardless, I'll make it work. It's good to know that it can be found in Fortuna Soul.
Oh yeah, they have trading deals with with Rayclow that you really don't see elsewhere.
I just
It's
know
part of
that
what makes it's such a good place to buy trade goods in. You can't see it, but he winks.
I never traveled outside of Alistair all that often. In the past, I just know that the last time I did, and the first time I ordered tea outside of Alistair, well, everybody was rather aghast.
Sure, Mr. Vietgard can tell you all about why that's well, why people don't love that kind of thing.
I can certainly understand the view behind it, but well, things are always a bit mixed in Alistair. Especially when you grow up with experiencing both sides of life.
And which two sides are those?
Living in the gutter, and then living amongst the nobility.
I think there's a few more sides than that, but I see where you're coming from.
Yes, two extremes. I was lucky enough to skip over the middle part a bit. Well, only because of the people I knew, really, and they recognized the talents in me and thought of where I could be put to better use.
Oh, a talented sword, are you?
Oh, you haven't noticed?
Lawrence laughs. Oh, must have been the glasses.
Frey chuckles as well. Well, then again, I suppose you haven't. I suppose in the majority of the time we've known each other, we have been a bit out in the middle of nowhere, and Well, my talents are rather wasted out here.
Hmm. I have noticed a few of your habits.
And which are those?
I'm sure you remember the day along the southern shore, heading east. I mentioned you didn't have to.
Yes. Uh,
I'm sure that your talents as a negotiator are put to good use for the Fortune's Accord.
I try my best. But it'll be much better once we finally get back to the city.
And what are you planning to do once we're there?
Well, for starters, I'm going to take a very long, a very hot bath. I'm going to sleep for at least a few days straight. And after that, well, I suppose I'll be seeing what the rest of you all are doing. I know there's still the interest in that big old keep.
Well, for your sake, I hope you have the time for those things.
I am determined to make the time. I desperately need it. And I need to make myself all put back together by the time William returns. Or if we go out to meet them, is that... I don't quite know what the plan is there.
Suppose we'll have to see if they're back or not when we get back.
Yes, news from your quartermaster before making...
Well, I suppose we still have a ways to go before all that. Unless Garrett, do you think we'll be back tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Lawrence laughs.
No, not tomorrow. Not for several days yet.
All right, so maybe the day after then, or 2 days from now. That would be acceptable.
Who knows? It could be right around the next hill.
Dave, do you want an estimate or?
Yeah, sure. I would love an estimate.
Probably gonna be like more than a week before you even get to Gorestone.
Well, Gorestone is just around the riverbend by about a week.
Excellent. Day after tomorrow, then.
If you keep saying that 14th Soul is coming tomorrow, you'll eventually be right.
And I'll keep saying it. Wish hard enough and it comes true.
That is true, I guess. Well, best keep moving on so that we can make that happen. The sooner the better.
Regarding the cuts of profit regarding the our venture, I'm sure I can turn around the iron tools fairly quickly, but the sword may take considerably longer.
You're not going to keep the sword for personal use? It might come in handy if we have to come up with a way to deal with Wallace.
Lawrence lets out a bit of a grim laugh. Well, I didn't say what I'd be doing with the sword in the meantime. Some collectors find character to be a additive to the value of a piece.
So keep it around long enough just to add to the legacy of the piece.
Speaking of legacies, once we're back in town, I hope you all think nothing more of me than a very reliable merchant.
Of course, I'll even I'll even recommend you to any I know with excess coin to spend.
Beckett's Finds and Finders is always ready to procure whatever is needed.
Well, when you put it like that, I might have a few requests for you myself. When it comes down to it.
Well, if the fortunes accord, I'm sure anything can be managed.
All righty. So it sounds like the conversation is wrapping up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's okay, Robert. We can get out of here. I know you've been waiting. And then Nancy.
I'm definitely the one who's been jonesing, not you guys. You guys have not been jonesing to get out of the wilds. Just me.
Hee.
Oh, certainly not.
So we could just keep sitting around a campfire and trading back stupid jokes forever. You know, Mr. Varrock, it's so odd that Mr. Viacourt has something against grapes. What do you think? How do you think that happened? How did a man from who lives in Artiviste? How did that happen?
You know,
I
I
would swear
can't. I can't even begin to fathom.
I would swear
Garrett-
that those
Garrett just
people are
kinda-
about 50% grape by body weight.
Garrett just kind of calls out from like across the campsite. I prefer them as wine, and just kind of like leaves it at that. Keeps on doing whatever he's doing.
So, with that, you guys break camp. Garrett, you continue to wayfind, fighting against your inner urge to not have to fucking deal with all of this stressful shit. And the nights are fairly simple or laid back. There is not a day that goes by, Frey, where you are allowed to sleep in a second later than when everyone else is up and starts doing anything. It is almost like a horrifying routine that you quite literally cannot escape.
Frey just like one morning he just tries his best to ignore it. Just like, oh, do they like all their bedrolls and stuff were destroyed, right?
A lot of them were,
Yeah, Frey's definitely was. Yeah, he just like tries to like pull his cloak over his head and just ignore it, but he can't.
You just get that in your ear, like someone like just leaning over your shoulder and just like at you.
Would you just? Yeah, and then Frey just like what he just kind of like shoots. He just would you just stop that?
And again, nothing.
Wide-eyed staring from across the clearing again.
Garrett's nearby trying to quietly split some wood, smaller pieces for the morning breakfast fire. Do you not want a breakfast fire, Frey? Was I being too loud? I'm sorry.
No, it's not that. It's not you. It's not any of you. It's him.
Who? I forget. Did Frey tell everyone that Emmett was hitchhiking?
He mentioned something about him worried that he's lingering like the night it happened, but I don't think he said anything since then.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So Frey is gonna say, I think it's Emmett. I think he hasn't left. And he won't let me sleep in.
Well, that would certainly explain why you've been getting up abnormally early. Those beacon nights would certainly keep early hours.
I'm just I don't know when he's going to stop. Or when he's going to leave?
The last time you had a spirit like this with you, it didn't leave until you tried to kill someone. Did he ask you or tell you to do anything? Try to compel you to do anything like that spirit made you try to kill someone?
There hasn't. I mean, I don't think there's been any sort of compulsion, but he did.
I haven't noticed.
He told me that I would take him to the Beacon Knight Fortress, and I said no.
I see. So basically, he's not going to leave you alone until we go to the Beacon Knight Fortress.
That's what I'm worried about, but we don't have time, and I've tried to explain this.
If we could get a letter to them, would he leave you alone at that point? Or are we going all the way back to Fortuny Soul to turn around to come all the way back here?
I don't know. That's what I suggested. I said that I would get word to them, that I promised I would, but will that be enough? And Frey kind of like looks around at like the air around him at that, not asking Garrett.
You look around, and then coming from behind a nearby tree, you see the spirit of Emmett, and he just kind of these echoing words, they almost come off of the wind. Give all the time in the world to make it right.
And we can send a message. That will make it right.
He's already gone.
He's I knew the Beacon Knights were serious about conscription, but lingering around after death, still trying to conscript us. Make sure whatever letter you send back to the Knights, you tell them that we agreed to take him there, but something happened and he fell along the way. Versus no, we didn't want to go.
I don't know if it will be enough for him. I don't know.
Well, I guess there's only one way for us to find out.
How are Mira and Lawrence looking?
Listening, I suppose.
If this is in the morning,
Probably looking very guilty, you know. The guy that she could not stop from killing himself is hanging around, so she's probably like, "Oh, don't look at me."
I don't think Lawrence is like he's busying himself getting food together, though he is like listening. I don't
Okay.
think he has an opinion, at least not yet.
Okay. Well, I suppose we keep going then. Unless, could we perhaps delay our start a little this morning?
What for?
Maybe I can find out the answer myself. I just need a bit of time to consult my cards.
I mean, it's gonna take us a week to get there, so or thereabouts. So an hour or so won't matter much.
Will you do it now or during a break? It's up to you.
Frey gives a nod, and I'll start now then. And yeah, Frey is going to get himself set up to do a read omens ritual.
All right. Spend the morning setting up.
And yeah, he sets up his candles, a stick of incense, spreading out his cards to basically ask the each one representing an aspect of his question, basically to help him focus the ritual. And he's basically going to ask if he sends a letter to the Beacon Knights with all the information, the warning about the lake, what they know happened there, Emmett's fate, if that will be enough to satisfy Emmett, if that will make him move on, make him leave. And
Alrighty.
all right, that's going to be a secret check.
Yeah, charisma perform.
All right.
As you finish, you finally get a moment. You spread out your cards and you wait as the incense begins to burn. One moment goes by. A second. A third. And then finally there's just this little updraft and one of the cards flips over. A second one. A third one. All of them positive. All of them showing essentially a thumbs up.
Okay. Frey, feeling a little more sound of mind, he will gather up his cards and return to the group. All right, I think a message will be enough. No need to travel to their fortress.
It's good to hear.
I'm glad to see it myself.
Hope your reading's correct then, because I would sure as hell hate to have to come back out here when we're already so close to being able to go back to Artavishte.
I'm sure it's fine. It feels right.
So with that, you guys continue. From the more arched direction that you took this way back, Garrett, you would know you never run into the river. You're miles away from where it was, but there is no river.
That's creepy. So
That's weird.
I would expect the river to be there, but it's not there.
I mean, if it kept going and, yeah, like, as the days pass, you just never run into it this way. Like, you know, I mean, you came up almost straight and, like, you did, like, more of a curve, like, you know, expecting to run into it, like, more diminished further downriver. But there is no river.
Wish we came up this way the first time. No, I guess we're not gonna run into that river. That makes it easier. I would relay to everyone.
Well, that's his good news. I mean, I'm assuming we didn't just miss it.
And this place, who freaking knows anymore?
Who knows indeed. But not wanting to look a gift horse in the mouth, continue. The nights are each one decreasingly stressful. I was gonna say increasingly less stressful, but I'm better than that words. But there's just not a lot to see. Or at least not a lot you guys are noticing.
Yeah, I'm the only one who's noticing anything.
And for the most part, you're just starting to hear more and more, like, the sounds that you associate with nature start to come back little by little, and you're definitely the one who notices them first. Instead of a bird chirp here or there, it's much more, especially in the night, you're hearing owls again, things like that. Things that you would expect. But otherwise, it's quiet, and while your rations are thinning, once you eventually start seeing mountains to your west, you know that that sound effect still isn't disabled. Thought I did.
What? It sounds like stepping on grass in Minecraft.
Oh my god, it does. Or like smashing the grass block. Jesus, it does. I thought I disabled it again. Well, fuck me. Either way, you continue, and you know, you'll probably have to do a little bit of rationing, but not enough that anyone's gonna be starving, just that the last 2 or 3 days, you might be a little on the hungry side. And otherwise, yeah. In total, your journey lasted seven more days from after you had that first night at camp. And then on the evening of your 8th day, you finally see Gorestone in the distance.
Collective sigh of relief, I guess.
Gorestone look in worse shape than it did previously?
It looks exactly how it did previously.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Vrock, it's not quite fortune you sold, but I do sense a path in your future.
Oh, this is, let's find a place to stay.
You mean the place to stay?
Yes, the place to stay. I'm sure they have wonderful beds.
The same ones we used last time?
I bet that they will feel much fluffier now.
We head on in, Robert.
All right. Also, there were, I don't know if it was miscommunication. There are actually 2 options, the Middleford and the Limehouse.
Oh, we went to the nicer one, I think. Or the bigger one? Was it the Limehouse? I want to see if
the Limehouse was the bigger one.
Yeah, we went to the Limehouse. Let me have my notes. Big in the Limehouse, ran by Shauna Luntz. Yes,
Okay,
that's where we stayed.
All right, yeah, so back to the Limehouse. They only have the cheap rooms. The nice ones are booked right now.
No.
Lawrence and Frey cry to the side.
I mean, there were only like 3 of the nice rooms in the entire Limehouse. So.
There's only 2 last time. Oh gosh.
Oh, were there only? Did I mention only 2?
We rented out 2 last time.
Okay, yeah,
There
no,
could be 3.
okay, because I was gonna say, like, it says here there were supposed to be 3.
Maybe that one was booked at the time. I didn't note it. So
That's not something I noted down, as far as I can tell.
Lawrence will see about getting the cart back, letting you know that we're returned and we're collect the rest of the deposit. So.
Not a problem. You can get your cart back. You have your mule, though. Is what it is. You're gonna be setting up for one night.
Yep.
How many rooms?
Yep.
Isn't it only like bunk rooms otherwise, or is it just shitty rooms?
Yeah, I mean, how many? Like, it was it was shitty rooms. It wasn't like a hostel.
Okay. Gotcha. I guess one for everyone then.
All right.
One for each person then.
Okay. Except Streak, who I assume is going to be.
He's staying with Henrietta He's staying with Henrietta.
He gets Mira's room.
Yeah, he can stay with me. I will watch out for the poor guy.
No, that's fine.
The young man.
Garrett looks around after saying that. What? I'm just making a joke. Relax. I'm not going to actually leave him outside in the stables like this.
Has there been no change in Streak
He breathes.
this entire journey?
He drinks water. Like, you kind of have to, like, force feed him like, food and water because he's in a vaguely semi-conscious state, but no change at all.
I would assume Mira has been more or less doing the nursing.
I mean, yeah, sure.
That's about right. Lawrence would have taken the time to, like, shred his food if it was anything too hearty. His portion, that is. Make sure it is, edible to someone who's unconscious.
Edible, of course.
Do we have to... I'm assuming our stock is more or less dwindled badly at this point. Would it be prudent to re-up on a little bit of supplies before heading back?
Yes, if you are wanting to get rations for the rest of the way. Because, as I did say, you were rationing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, Lawrence will get us back on a normal food schedule and, remove that calorie deficit for the remainder of the trip.
All right. And Frey would like to ask around to see if they have any messengers we could hire who could make that trip all the way out to the Beacon Knight Fortress.
Give me a Charisma Connect.
Okay. 13.
Pretty good.
You're not gonna have any luck here in Gorestone for that. Your best bet is going to be Fortuny Soul.
All right.
Like, while there are a couple of messengers here, like, they don't do business up that way. They're willing to, like, have something sent to Fortuny Soul, but at that point, it's a game of telephone.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yes, Frey will thank them for their time and go and relay the unfortunate news that we'll have to wait a little longer before that message can be sent.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd be able to send a message to the Beacon Knights from Gorestone, but they should have a way to contact them in Fortuna Soul.
Good. Hopefully it won't be too troublesome.
I do have a question for everyone, though. When we left, the circus was in town. On the way back, I mean, we're close enough to our time frame, but I think we may be able to stop there if they're still around. Is that something anyone would want to do?
Even still be there?
Well, if they're still around, I mean, I don't know for sure.
If they're still there, yes, I would. I would enjoy visiting.
I don't know if I'm particularly feeling whimsical, at least not in that way.
I mean, they were close enough to the city that hopefully, a night's rest would do us good first before visiting.
Hmm.
Like, they were right outside the city, right? Robert?
Couple hours travel.
Okay,
Yeah, they were about
okay.
partway between Gorestone.
Yeah, they were like
and
10 miles out.
Okay.
Yeah, like here-ish?
No, like
No, like
here-ish.
Oh, yeah, here-ish. Okay. Oh, I thought they were farther out.
No,
And
they
I
were
also
pretty
forgot
close.
that the scale that this is, each one of these is like larger than 10 miles.
6 miles, yeah.
Yeah. Or yeah, each one of those is 6 miles, yeah.
No,
Can
like-
Lawrence arrange for like a large dinner for the group at the end? Like they have food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll arrange for and pay for the rooms and dinner.
Alcohol as well?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nothing crazy, but
Okay. They are willing to do a deal. Essentially, you prepay, throw them a couple gold, and they'll just give you the change at the end of the night, based on what you guys want. And if there's anything specific, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I would also like to note, out here, only place you're really gonna get travel rations is gonna be Gorestone Revival. And it's going to be about a silver a night, so you got at least about 2 days of travel, so for 1 day of rations, so one silver each.
per person?
Yeah, per person per day.
we got one
So
silver.
there's 6 of you, counting Strieg, so 12 silver.
Okay. I will
I
mark
don't
that
eat.
down.
Oh, 10 silver.
Understood. I will mark that down.
I don't need to eat, rather. I guess.
And Lawrence threw him 2 gold for the stay. That sound good? The stay and the food.
Sounds good. And they will get you change at the end of the night, depending on, alcohol consumption and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. The night is yours here at the Limehouse.
So I imagine like Lawrence gets that ready in advance, and then we're like chatting at the table sometime before dinner, like for the circus discussion.
Yeah.
I know I was waiting to mention, but I've already prepaid for our meal. Should be a nice big one. Also drinks, of course. Can't finish a venture without some,
Oh, excellent. Yes. We made it. We made it this far.
It should be nice.
Bring it up, but how are we gonna handle Wallace and make sure he doesn't pull a fast one on us?
Probably is
Been
a
on
good
my
thing to
mind.
talk about.
If he can read our minds, even just knowing that we've had this conversation, apparently he'll know that we're already thinking about it. But if he was
I'm
smart,
sorry, he does what?
It appeared he had some ability to read our mind. Chip.
Maybe he can only do it on his ship.
Yeah, I'm not certain of the extent of that ability because I had several conversations with Wallace when we were on that ship, and he seemed honestly surprised at times from some of the things I said. I never got the sense that he was in my head.
So it's something he has to attempt to do.
Possibly.
So, not alive or dead sailors, and can read minds.
Yeah. Well, I guess certainly if we have him off the ship, I feel like that eliminates some of his power right there. But he's
Why
not
don't
supposed
we-
to be meeting us on the ship, though, is he?
why don't we take things from the start? Myself and Mr. Wallace agreed to work to put an end to the curse. I've been looking for this item after hearing of its existence some time ago before telling him about it, but it seems he already knew it, given that he'd been sending people to look for it. I sought out my contact, Mr. Garvin, while he sought out you all, because he thought you would be interested in joining. As we reconvened with everyone, he ended up paying Garvin for the information on where the book is, despite that he seemed to know where it was in general already. But for all intents and purposes, he condoned our meeting and us going to find it.
I do
that.
wonder if he doesn't honestly wish to. When I spoke to him and he spoke of this endeavor, he asked me to find out what this power was, where it came from.
The book or
the curse?
So are you thinking that he doesn't want the curse reversed?
Well,
Given that we would have to kill him to reverse it, I would say probably not.
Oh, that's the question.
I mean,
Why would he send us to
also-
seek out the book if he knew we'd learn that he had to die? That he had to
Maybe
die for it.
maybe he
removed.
doesn't know that's the answer.
He just maybe he just knew that it had the answer, not what the answer was.
What other explanation could there be?
Well, maybe you just have to keep walking along and getting used to being outside again. Like, you know, that's apparently my answer, so who knows? You know, that I was cursed and my answer was basically suck it up until it gets better. So
Well, I don't think we should be comparing curses.
I'm not trying to
Personally.
say I'm sorry. I apologize. I wasn't trying to compare my curse with yours. I was just saying that the answer may not always be quite as simple as something that caused the curse needs to die or be removed. That's what I was attempting to say. I apologize if it came off different.
It's no worries, Mr. Viacourt. But I guess I suppose the point could be true in that maybe there are other ways to remove the curse. I suppose that question could be posed to you know what, but, well,
We've asked so many questions already. I mean, the other thought that occurs to me is that if he sent us up there because he wants the book itself, but again, sending us with this particular question, which would naturally lead back to him.
He could not think of us as a threat. Our combined force as a threat. He knew that you were all willing to put your lives on the line for Mr. Varrock. I myself have put my own life on the line to end this curse. We are all willing to go that distance. To think that we would not follow through would be stupidity. So even if he did want this book, which he clearly does, given that he'd sent people out before, he must not. He he would have to either think of us not as a threat for some reason, or he must not know. He has already more or less threatened Mr. Garvin. He knows where your family lives, Miss Tyrell.
Mira grimaces.
What of yours, Mr. Viacourt? Do you know if he knows?
He showed up at my wife's house, so he knows where to find us.
Then if he does know, he may think that hostages would be enough to act as a deterrent.
He has Molly and Cassie on his ship, too.
I think you've mentioned them before. Who are these people?
Companions from when I first started, Strig and I first started out on our adventure to even just get to Artavishte. We left Leska with Cassie, ran into Molly in the middle of the woods after a Umbrii attacked her ship. I guess she used to be some kind of pirate or something, and she and one other guy were the sole survivor of the Umbrii attack. They tried to kill each other in our sleep. She won, and she's kind of been with us and Cass ever since.
Mira's
Yeah.
kind of frowning.
Just seem to collect strays everywhere I go, I guess.
Well, I suppose then, do you... He looks to Mira. Do you feel about them the way you feel about Mr. Viacourt and Mr. Varrock?
Again, she kind of grimaces and looks away. Molly doesn't seem very nice to me.
Maybe not then.
Molly is... Oh, she's one of those sea botherers. What was their...
What was that, sea botherer?
Yeah, those guys who, they worship the sea and they're like, oh, death and what the heck are they? They're,
I remember this, Robert. Not remember the exact name, but would Lawrence know what he's referring to?
Oh, yeah.
Osmid something. Ozzy something or other.
Osmidians.
Something. Osmid. They're Osmidians. I don't know.
Yeah, of course, Lawrence would, like,
A lot of them in the pirate community.
huge coastal, especially piracy, like, huge religion.
Lawrence probably pretty quickly give him the correct, like, nomenclature for how to refer to them. What is it, Robert? Osmid is the name of the god, right? Or is that the name of the religion?
Osmid is the name of the religion.
So what do you call
I
them,
know what that
worshippers?
is, because I don't know if that's what I mean.
Give me an int now. Or, I'm sorry, no, int pray. Jesus. We literally have a thing for that.
What do you call their worshippers?
Yeah, Mira, you've heard of them. Let me double check, let me pull it up. There's a lot of different, like, it's such a disorganized religion. Like, there's no cohesive, like, book that you read from that Some people call themselves just, Oz. Some people just say, I'm an Osmid. I would say Oz is the most common adjective. Otherwise, like, Osmidian is used. Probably more common among, like, people who are in, like, Alasir. But, yeah.
They're big fans of, if I remember correctly, might makes right. So yeah, I guess we could all call them assholes too. But, yeah, she was one of those. That's part of where this kerfuffle in the middle of the night happened from, because Captain Jack believed he had failed his crew, and they have that whole, you can't, you can't live with your failure, only in death is there mercy. So like, he tried to kill her and then kill himself because he failed them. So
I'd say that's poor form, generally speaking, but
hey, that's why I agree-ish to Espection. You don't have to go around killing everyone who fails.
That's not really what I meant. She seems like a very aggressive person who would hurt people or kill people without really thinking about it.
you'll find that a lot of pirates are that way.
Yeah.
She frowns and like crosses her arms and looks away.
Generally, that's bad business, though. Unprofessional stuff.
Well, I wouldn't call Molly business-minded.
Very few of them are. Though you'd prefer to see that from those who are in charge.
The business she has on her mind is Cass.
The other girl.
Yeah.
And
I think they're finally together now. But
and Mr. Wallace has both of them.
Yeah.
So I suppose it goes back to my original question then. How do you all feel about those two?
Sorry, I just remembered when Cassie fucking
All right, Alex is gone.
slapped Mira.
When she ambushed Strieg.
No, when Cassie
That was
slapped Mira.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, she kept slapping Mira because it didn't hurt Mira. That's right.
Specifically, what I wrote down in my notes was you can slap a robot if you want to, I guess, but it might hurt her feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Does Mira mention this? Tell me Mira mentions this.
No, probably not.
Alex.
Like, that was a private conversation, and she kind of gets it.
Right.
Like, she gets where Cassie is coming from more than she understands whatever the fuck is going on with Molly, so she probably would not mention that.
I suppose the question remains, though, how effective of leverage are they?
I'd hate to see something bad happen to Cass. She doesn't deserve it, but hard to believe Molly would allow something to happen to her. But against Wallace, who knows?
No man's an army and he has a crew.
Very strange crew.
Bodies are bodies. There's a reason we didn't try to fight all of those Grylocs.
Yeah. They go down easy enough, but even that many would have.
To be fair, so do some of us, but... Regardless, I suppose we'll need to see what the situation is like back in Fortuny's soul. If he doesn't know, if we go through with the plan as before, the next step would be to meet and discuss the next steps. I've been wondering if maybe, a private room at a place in Fortune's Soul would be a nice place to meet and discuss and maybe bring some matters to his attention.
Yes, someplace of our choosing this time.
Does this place need a discreet garbage service? Is that what you mean by discuss?
In all honesty, Mr. Viacourt, I want to know why. I want to know what
Sure.
reason the man could have to turn against everyone we sailed with.
Yeah, I could understand that. I haven't spent much time at sea, but in the brigades, it would take an awful lot to get one of us to turn on the rest. Or umbral magic. That's always a thing too.
When men risk their lives together, a certain respect is deserved.
Hmm. Gary would just kind of nod along with that.
Frey is clearly deep in thought, a frown on his lips. He opens his mouth sometimes as if to say something and then closes his mouth a little frustrated. The one thing I wonder is is Wallace cursed himself, or did he only?
I see what you mean. Did his actions cause the curse, or was he cursed to begin with, and by turning traitor, transmitted that curse to everyone else?
We know from the book that he was the one who orchestrated it, or at least the one who set it in motion.
Yes, he originated it.
But we don't know if he was cursed into doing that, I guess. Is what you may be saying, right, Frey?
Frey opens his mouth and there's just a clench of his fist on the table and he just shakes his head.
No? Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I wonder. How much Captain Soren had to do with what happened that night?
He
Everyone
respected her
calls
greatly.
it. Everyone calls it Captain Soren's curse.
She is the one who said the words at the time.
Frey just nods and goes quiet, still looking frustrated.
Ultimately, we do not know his reasonings. We only know what he has done. Part of me really does want to know. Not only why, but to what extent. For what purpose.
Still don't know everything he's done.
We're in like a corner, right, Robert? There's like no one else really.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. I mean, this place isn't super busy. Like, there's probably only 6 total tables. Like, they don't get a lot of people here eating. So, like, you guys pretty much have the dining room to yourselves.
I have each and every one of yours word that you'll not be revealing my secrets, correct? Just as I am not going to be revealing yours. He glances at Mira.
I am very good at keeping secrets, and I certainly won't share it.
What does Frey think Lawrence is referring to by his secrets? Like him knowing how to poison people and shit?
he wouldn't be surprised if Lawrence has more shady stuff in his past.
Do the others respond?
I already said I wouldn't say anything. We talked about this. She kind of like smiles.
Does Garrett? Dave dead?
Dave dead? Dave muted?
Dead Dave.
Dave dead? Dead Dave. Dave dead? Dave
Dave
dead.
dead, Done did it.
Dave done be dead. Dave? Uh-oh.
Well, so much for that.
Sorry,
Dave?
sorry.
Hey!
found him.
I stepped away for a second, and then I accidentally muted myself and all that fun stuff.
Classically.
So I did miss part of the last section. I heard
The gist of
Alex
Lawrence,
Mira's response to your question, but I didn't hear exactly what the question was.
Lawrence mentioned that no one here will be revealing any of his secrets or sharing them, just as he is not going to reveal any of the others' secrets.
Yeah.
And then he glanced at Mira.
Garrett doesn't have any secrets to you know. So yeah, no, so we've kept, you know, each other's secrets before.
Lawrence is looking for Garrett to say that he's going to be not revealing the fact that he has the blue eyes, or anything else.
We wouldn't say anything. We've kept each other's secrets before, was his response.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not gonna be like, yeah, sure, I'll keep everyone else's secrets, and the fact that Mira is basically a giant fighting robot, and yeah, we're gonna tell everyone that Larry's got those Rayclarian eyes.
I'm sorry, you making a joke out of character, or?
That was out of character.
Okay. Lawrence takes a deep breath and says, I cannot believe that the captain's actions were suicidal. She had goals that she did not share with anyone that I know of. But there were things she needed translated that I know of now. That made me think of, well, I couldn't help but think of what she was intending to do with that information.
What sort of information?
Lawrence can help but smile a little bit. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But the point is, I don't know why she would have made the choice to take us into the Ephirian, just to curse everyone when the expected happened. Everyone knows you shouldn't do that. Everyone knows it's suicidal. She was not stupid. She was one of the most clever, tactical captains out there.
Thought she had information that she didn't have. Maybe she thought she had a clear passage through the Ophirian. Because I can't think of any reason, like you said, why someone else would go out there.
I don't know. She didn't really share much of her plans in general. And most of her things were taken by the one who took her place. The one who saw the crew to its eventual end.
Wallace?
No, he
Oh.
left not long after she passed. She was killed. But one who took her place was Miss Rayburn, or Captain Rayburn, I guess. He was the first mate, the one who organized the mutiny. No idea what happened to her after everything was said and done. I'm sure she kept those documents. Can't imagine what kind of things the captain would have kept.
There could be answers there.
Maybe.
Wasn't Wallace interested in someone who was in jail somewhere? In Alcir or Alex?
Yes, there was
notes.
somebody. Yes, there was somebody imprisoned in Alasir, and he wanted to make sure that they did not find freedom.
Mira looks questioningly at Lawrence.
I need to find that part of the backstory because it's for some reason not in my my bullet point section, unless I'm just blind, which I could be. No, you're thinking of a Captain Drake. Nope, I'm sorry, that's not correct. You are thinking of what's it? A Captain Hayes of the NSO. At least that's the only thing I can think of it being.
He wouldn't tell us anything about who this person was.
He was a pirate hunter. One who would use merchant ships as bait.
Interesting. Well, theoretically, if Wallace wants to make sure he's not talking to anybody, then there's something valuable he has or knows.
Or the fact that he may try to hunt down any remaining members of the crew. After what happened to him, I can't imagine any living soul not holding a grudge.
What happened?
One of the captain's ploys.
Captain
someone-
Soren's?
Yes. She had someone infiltrate the crew. Lawrence just kind of stops. And poisoned them.
Ah,
When the
I
rest
see.
when the rest of the crew came around, well, it was easy pickings. Not a single person remained standing.
Well, I can certainly imagine the grudge. Why was he left alive then?
To humiliate him. The captain incriminated him, made it seem like he had made deals with pirates, put him on a rowboat by himself, full of coin.
That's certainly something that someone would hold a grudge about.
Yes. Yes, it would.
Well, if we want to find out anything more about what Captain Soren was up to out there, it sounds like this Rayburn, or whatever they might have had left from Soren's records. It seems like a possibility. You don't know what happened to them after?
Disappeared. I'm afraid.
What are the chances Wallace has him?
I mean, he disappeared well before she did.
Oh, I misunderstood. I apologize.
Once Soren died, we came back. Miss Rayburn became Captain Rayburn. It was at that time that Wallace, Mr. Wallace left.
Okay.
After that, we had quite a few other misfortunate ventures together, including a trip up to the Everweeping Jungles, seeking after a fool's errand.
No, I apologize. I got Soren and the new captain's head confused and names confused in my head for a second there.
Mhm.
That's all. Too much of this beer after not having had any.
Yeah, the loss of the travel AP was truly the worst of our journey. If you wanted to try to find her, well, you probably need to visit the fort.
What fort?
Fort Halid.
Frey just looks blankly at Lawrence.
Is that fort not common knowledge for someone who lived in Alcir, or?
Some people, yes. Frey, I'd leave it up to Ranion if she thinks Frey would know anything about a pirate capital.
It's a pirate thing.
And
So
that's
this
that
is
pirate island off the coast, right?
Yes.
Where? Oh, here on the map.
Mm-hmm. And the Barrier Islands.
I mean, if there's like anything gossipy about it,
No, there's nothing
tidbit or
gossipy
two.
happening there.
It's more the kind of, like, it's like the thing people would like talk about as like, holy shit, there's a bunch of pirates holed up in a fort off the mainland. That's that's horrifying.
No. I mean, if
And
you
there's
want to give me an
nothing the
int no
NSF can
and
do
just
about
see.
Let's do that.
Like, I don't think Frey's gonna know anything about extensive history or anything, but
5.
it's the closest that, like, you've heard it referred to as like the capital of the pirates, where the king of the pirates lives, that kind of thing. But beyond that, not really anything.
Well, it could be an opportunity to go meet a king.
Lawrence snorts.
I don't like the idea of going to see Wallace blindly. I
Oh.
want more information.
I don't.
Though
I mean,
we
how?
have that deadline.
Yeah, how long is it from, or how many days is it from today to the deadline?
Not enough.
You guys have about another week, and it's already...
It would
At
take
least-
more than that just to get to Alice here. Yeah, no,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
not enough time to get
Yeah,
to
like,
Alice.
you already are at 2 days travel just to get to Fortuna's Hole. Like, it's the 16th. The month ends on the 22nd, so... Assuming he expects you by the beginning-ish of next month. You have somewhere between 1 or 2 weeks, depending on how good of a mood he's in.
I don't think we should bring the book to him.
No, he
No,
certainly
you never
should not
show
do
up
that.
with the book to the first meet. You know, with the item of the first meet. Because how else, do you know that they're gonna play quote unquote fair with you? If you got it with you, what's to stop them from just taking it from you? So
I don't know if we should let him know we have it at all.
If we tell him we do not, he may try to follow through on his threats. Though he will likely do that anyway.
Could always try and spin a story. Share a tidbit of the information we did get from it.
If you
Well,
can truly
whoever's-
read minds, would that work?
yeah. Additionally, whoever's telling the story would have to do their best to not think about anything except the words they're saying, because otherwise he'll be able to read. I mean, at the very least, we know. We know Samar can read surface thoughts, right? Or no?
I think so.
I mean, yeah, you have an idea. Like, you wouldn't know the specifics of how it works, but I think by now you would know that Samar has an ability to read some sort of minds.
So Samar has an ability where they seem to be able to pick up on whatever you're thinking about. So in trying to think about not thinking about where the location of the book is and that we got the book and that everything you're telling is BS is really hard to do.
I have to say, it's not a skill I've practiced in.
I remember back when we had those earrings, those communication earrings. Though I don't whatever did happen to those.
One of them got lost.
Okay, yeah, but the ability to read the thoughts through those, if there was anything I remember, it was hard keeping what you were thinking from bleeding through to the other person involved. So even just thinking about something conjures up other memories of other things.
I think it would probably be pretty bad if he found out that we were lying.
It'll be bad regardless. I don't think there's a good outcome.
I think it may be a better idea to tell him we have the book, we have it stored somewhere else as a safety precaution. We have one of us go and store it there, but not show up to the meeting.
And don't tell the rest of us where it is.
Exactly. That way they're the only person who knows. And we can tell him so-and-so knows where it is. We wanted to make sure that, you know, you weren't just going to just take it from us.
Well, it can't be Miss Tyrell.
Well, I am resistant to magical things. Like, if you tried to read my mind magically, I might be able to be a little better at stopping it than anybody else, but she kind of shrugs.
Does that mean you want to stay with the book then?
I think her being at the meeting would be better. A person like that, you have a trump card that can jump over the table and start strangling someone.
Absolutely, I agree. It's probably best to go in there assuming that anything that we know at that meeting, then Wallace will know as well.
Also, wrap it up very tightly, make it look like a package, and pay someone to hide and guard it. Find a guard at one of the caravan entrances and pay them. But of course, you run the risk of them deciding to look into it.
I mean, safety deposit box.
Yeah, but then we would know. Yeah, I guess we could put it just in a bank safety deposit box, and then have whoever puts it in there not show up.
To take it from such a place would be not a minor feat, certainly.
As the night begins to grow long and you guys continue to plan, knowing you still have a couple of days on your way to Fortuny Soul to do so, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Alrighty, I'm gonna.
And we are back. So, the question to ask is there any more conversation to have during the night? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I did not note down. How much did you initially pay to get the credit for? 3 gold?
It was 2 gold.
2 gold. Okay. Less rooms. I assume you guys were really chowing down.
Yeah, after having not eaten for a while, probably.
Yeah. Counting rooms, you'll be getting back 4 silver and 4 copper.
Very cool.
Otherwise, anything else before y'all go to bed?
I guess not.
Lovely. In that case, you sleep in a bed for the first time in a long time. A nice, comfortable bed. It's not the nicest bed. It's only vaguely comfortable, but compared to the destroyed bedrolls of yesterday, it is certainly a lot nicer. And you wake up renewed, feeling good, and with 2 more days of journey ahead of you.
Important question. Can Frey sleep in?
Oh no.
Oh.
It's illegal.
So at sunrise, Frey, you would, like, I assume try and sleep in. You know, turn over,
absolutely.
go back to sleep.
Yep.
And you would then wake up to yourself sleepwalking, opening the curtain with the sun blasting you.
Okay.
And then just that familiar.
Yeah, Frey is very upset. He just closes the curtain again. It's too early. And he's gonna try and go back to bed.
About a minute later, you just feel like a tapping on your leg.
Frey just like pulls his legs up.
Right inside your ear, like 3 inches away, just...
Oh, fine. I'm getting up. But I'm not going to be happy about it. And I guess Frey is going to just like go and sulk somewhere. I laugh at it now, but that was the scariest scene in that movie.
Anyway, so as you sulk, everyone is getting up for another day.
Garrett would be actually not unhappy for the first time in about a month. Seeing as how he got to stay indoors and sleep indoors. So he actually appears a little chipper this morning and is offering to cover the cost of whatever breakfast there is. if the Linehouse offers breakfast.
They have like a stew and some like day-old bread.
That's some good breakfast. Bread to hardtack?
Who doesn't love a good stew?
And some crusty bread.
Yeah.
It's yeah, you get a slice of bread and a bowl of stew for 4 copper.
And I shall give them...
Gotta do the math.
Copper. No, I was giving them 4 copper. I just had to open up the character sheet to adjust my copper.
He's only paying for himself.
No, the 4 copper was for 4 people.
Oh, is it? Okay. I misunderstood.
Right? The 4 coppers for 4 people, or for
No, that's
the
4 copper
crew?
each.
Oh, never mind. I will give myself the 4 copper back, and the total for everyone that would be Lawrence, Garrett, Samar. Yeah, for 4 people. Why can't I math?
1 silver, 6 copper.
1 silver, 6 copper. Thank you. All right, so we'll do that. There. All right, we'll subtract 1 silver, 6 copper, hand that over, and bring food for all the people who eat. Sorry, Mira, you don't eat.
But I don't have to.
Is Lawrence able to catch Frey before like?
No, that was his point. Was that like you don't? He's not getting it to you to be like you don't eat. It was like seeing as how you don't eat. I'm not going to get you.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lawrence can catch Frey. He probably finds him like in the hall where he's just kind of like slumped against the wall. Definitely kind of still looking very much like he was dragged out of bed.
Oh, how have we been feeding Strig? I just thought of that.
We talked about
Lawrence has been shredding the rations more or less, and Mira's been feeding him.
Oh God, shredded hardtack.
And if there's any like jerky left, yeah.
He's not awake.
Did you
so
just make Wheaties?
he's not awake.
maybe douse it with a little bit of water. Maybe in town, maybe we do it with milk or something. Like bread and milk or something.
Milk.
Something easy to get down.
Just get him some soup.
Because I can go buy another bowl of stew if we need to.
Yep.
All right, I'll take another 4 off there.
Lawrence will catch Frey before heading down and just mention, Mr. Veranka, something I wanted to mention for the sake of compartmentalization here. Since every single one of your associates has more or less figured it out, and I don't think you have.
Well, I'm listening.
It's an unfortunate little thing. Makes it hard to do business sometimes. And he'll lower his shades, which he's wearing indoors, so that Frey can see his blue eyes.
Frey is quiet for a moment. Well, that certainly puts a few things in perspective. Really, and everybody else found this out?
Every single one of them.
I guess I shouldn't have been so polite.
Well, I appreciated it.
Well, you'll find no trouble from me. Growing up in Alistair, I've known plenty of your folk.
Come now, the specifics aren't really important here, outside of making it hard to do business. Plus, consider, our clients often have dark hair.
That is true.
Simply an unfortunate hereditary trait. Hang on, is that word? It's as simple and an unfortunate inherited trait.
Well, I won't push for any further details. No, if you ever wish to share some stories, I'm always happy to listen.
I think you've heard quite a few already, but we'll see if we keep working together. I suppose we'll have to for at least a little longer.
Well, seeing how this whole thing with Captain Wallace is turning out, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a while longer.
Orange chuckles, which is also a sign of agreement.
I do intend to see it through. I need to at this point.
There are things that I want to do more than anything else on this world that I cannot do until this venture is truly seen through.
Well, we'll just have to make that happen.
That's right.
Oh.
Just need to make it happen.
No, easier said than done.
Well, we'll know for certain soon enough, I'm sure.
I hope so. And once again, Frey opens his mouth and he seems to kind of struggle for a moment and then just shake his head, definitely looking kind of frustrated. I see. I guess we'll see. I should head downstairs then.
Yes, I suppose about that time.
And yeah, we'll head on down for that breakfast that Garrett so wonderfully paid for.
So, all of you downstairs have a nice, hearty, warm breakfast. And Unfortunately, your journey is not quite done yet. You still have a couple days travel.
Your cart this time, though. Less to carry.
You got your wagon back. Or your cart.
We do.
Okay, and we can put Streak in the cart.
Yeah.
Make it a
You
lot
could put,
easier
like, a
on
coat beneath
Henrietta.
them or something. I think that day during the walk, Lawrence will express just how surprised he is that their mule made it through everything. Surviving such a outrageously dangerous place. She must have one hell of survival instinct.
And if those tracks are to be believed, she had spent some of it in the lake. I did not think we'd see her again.
And that's a story to tell in a bar. The mule who did battle with the Umbra on their home turf and came back.
Victorious, naturally.
Even saved your friend.
That she did.
Too bad we can't hear her side of the story.
I'm sure it would be jaw-dropping.
I'm sure. If Rohan were around, I'm sure he'd find a way.
So Garrett probably would not be here for this conversation. He'd be a little bit further up ahead. But if he was here, if this was at like a lunchtime, then he'd probably say something about Henrietta or whatnot. But
Yeah, I
if
mean,
this
up
was
to
a
you
brawl
guys.
we were moving.
I mean, if you want to say something, we can say it was at lunch.
Okay.
That easy?
Yeah, no. Yeah, that works. No, Henrietta is special. It's very special. We got her and Alice here, and she's come all this way with us, and I'm sorry, Frey, did you mention someone again? Who was that?
Rohan, a friend and a mage.
He met me in Leska, I think.
You met Rohan in Leska?
I think.
Where's Leska? No, I see it.
Oh, it's the middle of freaking nowhere.
Jesus.
I don't actually know the details about how the two of you met. I mean, I've heard some vague stories.
We met about the same time as we met Streak. We were all in Leska. I was making my way back to Ardavishte. I was supposed to meet a friend of mine, but we never. That was the friend I kept asking about in every major city we stop in. My mentor, the Wayfinder, and also unfortunately the Queen's cousin or Duchess's cousin. So that's another cousin who's been injured or disappeared. I was supposed to meet him in Leska, and he never showed up, and I grouped up with Rohan and Strieg, and we traveled west to Rikuri Town, off to Alice here where we met you, and well, you know the rest.
I do, and so do you, it seems. Or it's
foggy.
starting to come back.
It's foggy. I remember
Well, they say
traveling
you-
with him, but
They say you can't keep a good wayfinder down for long.
well, the problem is they didn't. He left. He left Artivishte. And then every place we asked, I don't even think he made it. Out of character. I don't remember if I asked in Milo Harbor. If we were too busy with trying to save Rohan from poisoning. Because he hadn't made it to Fortuna Soul. He hadn't made it to Dallaford or the Silver Fortune or Alasir, and any of the places where the Wayfinders would have been hanging out that I could ask, like, oh, hey, have you seen this man? Well, this fucking thing again.
Yeah, I don't remember Garrett ever asking about that
So-
in Milo Harbor.
Yeah, so I don't know if I would have asked in Milo Harbor or if I was too busy, because that would have been probably he probably would have come from basically the same thing we did. We left from Fortuna by boat to Milo Harbor. That's probably how he would have gone as well, or maybe even all the way to Alasir and then straight up. But yeah, we hadn't heard anything from him, so. I think, I hate to say it, but I think he might be gone.
I'm sorry. I know that he was important to you.
He was a close friend and a good man, but we've seen what happens out there on the roads. We've seen what's happening in Fortuna Soul with the Soldiers of the Blue and the Rayclarians. We saw what the Rayclarians were doing in Corval. It's not safe out here anymore. Not that it was ever really safe after the Black Sun, but
Frankly, it wasn't that safe before.
yeah, it was better, less Umbra I had to worry about. But Clarions and bandits were always a problem.
The land's certainly no stranger to war.
So, no. You've seen too much of that.
So, with that, you continue on your journey. A night stopover on the road, and that horrifying sound effect that still exists.
I don't hear a sound effect.
Maybe only I do. That'd be funny.
I hear it.
Garrett.
Oh.
What sound effect is it?
When he
Minecraft
moves,
Yeah,
grass.
it sounds like Minecraft stepping on grass.
Yeah.
When that moves, I'm not hearing
the
anything.
token moves.
Am I like not?
Not now, I'm not doing it
Token or
now.
something?
There's like 4 different ways I can move a token. As long as I don't do it one way, it doesn't do it. But,
Well, do the one way when I want to hear.
okay, here we go. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you happy now?
Yes, I like.
So it's breaking a Minecraft grass block.
No, it just seems like a maraca. Shake, shake, shake,
Yeah,
shake.
yeah, it's
Anyway.
the grass or the tree, the leaves.
one last night that you guys rest and have on the road before finally another morning. And let me double check my travel times.
Too bad Gorestone didn't have camping provisions because we're back in these stupid tore up.
Yeah, you're not gonna get much in the way at Gorestone.
bedrolls.
You can't probably get something
We get
just
some like
cheap or shitty.
blankets or something, at least.
We probably could have gotten.
I mean, I was
a couple
assuming
of
that you guys at
blankets.
least still had some kind of blankets besides your bedrolls, so.
Right, because
Right.
otherwise Frey would have frozen to death out there in the winter. Well, because it was still the winter.
Frey would perish to the elements.
But I digress. Otherwise, eventually it is about sundown. Your shadows are very long in front of you as you finally see...
Except for Lawrence.
Except for Lawrence. Creepily enough. As you see the spires of the largest portions of Fortuny Soul ahead of you.
Fortuny Soul tomorrow, Frey?
Yes. That'll be such a relief.
Actually, I was thinking we could push it for Fortuna Soul today.
I would not complain.
Onward?
Onward
we
you
can push it.
Sure.
The spires and towers of the central hall get larger and larger, and eventually the sounds of a city that desperately is starting to go to bed, tired and exhausted, much like you, begin to come into your ears. And as twilight starts to turn into dusk proper,
Missed the circus.
there was no circus.
There's no circus. Damn.
These things happen.
Oh.
You guys
It's streaks of
finally
consciousness.
get into the dregs and are once again back in the confines of Fortuny Soul. Where is the...
And I suppose the first thing would be to have a nice bed.
Find some lodging.
And tomorrow we can go about business.
Where's Oh, Frey. What was the guy's name the last time we were here? The Soup Man or something?
Superman?
The Soup Man?
the guy who ran the inn that we were staying in. I thought he was the soup. He called himself the Soup Man or something. He called himself the something.
Well, I just know that the last time I stayed in a room there,
Mr.
It
Viacourt,
was,
never change, please.
Oh, you stayed in the better inn, didn't you?
oh yes, I stayed in the
That's what it
very fine room for one wonderful night.
Okay.
It's funny because I know exactly who you're talking about, but calling him the
Okay.
Soup Man is so fucking funny!
He wasn't the Soup Man though. It was something else though, man. It was something man.
It was not! It was not something, man!
Nah, Garrett can just be crazy. It's fine.
What was it? What was it?
I believe between three of you, you should have the notes for it.
I don't take notes. I remember most of the important things.
Oh,
Well, that sounds like a you problem then.
Yikes.
That is very much a me problem.
Anyway,
Anyway,
what's
Uh,
first on the docket? Going
do
to
the
find the
others have
Soup
a-
Man?
do the others have a place in mind? If not, Lawrence can show them the place he was staying, or I think Lawrence will recommend that we probably stay in the same place until we, handle a certain matter.
Yeah. Yeah. Frey would like to stay somewhere with a comfortable lodgings.
Do you want to stay with the
They
soup
didn't
man?
have. They didn't have anywhere for Henrietta at the soup man. Hide her in.
Stop!
What's his name? Why can't I think of his name?
Soup man. Oh, fighter of the bread man. Oh,
Of course.
champion of breakfast.
All right. Well, if they don't have any ideas, Lawrence will take them to the place he was staying.
Where was
He will
Lawrence staying?
assure Frey. I don't have it written down.
Ronnie, can you please bail these fuckers out?
Listen, he takes them to Mr. Howard's house. Not really.
Oh.
No, Lawrence was staying in a place that was, that if I recall, was not upscale, but was very comfortable. And it had a continental breakfast of muffins, I think.
Yes, that sounds right.
Is it too late to go pay a visit to our friends?
I mean, the Garantine estate?
Yeah.
I
It
wrote
is
that
like-
down, motherfucker.
It is like 8 or 9 at night.
I was addressed
It
to
is
Robert. That's what I'm going to know.
Guarantees. I was like, oh, what's Magnus's last name? Because I know it's Magnus, but I can't remember the last name. I have trouble with that one.
My man, you should write it down.
I should write things down. I should. I apologize for being a horrible person.
Yeah. Also, stop killing babies. Anyway,
Look, that was only one time.
Robert, what are options? Give me some options.
Great.
We've been meandering on this scene for too long.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, so there's the quarters, which is very much a middle-of-the-road inn. Warm stew and cheap ale, but has private rooms.
Sounds about right. I vote there.
Okay.
Clean,
Oh,
comfortable
fuck.
beds. Works for me.
Yeah. Can we vote that Alex survives the next 2 minutes?
Yes.
If she doesn't, though, Mira's still holding.
I'll be right back.
All right, the soup man killed her.
Much like Vision, she will guard our sacred treasure so that Wallace has to pry it from her lifeless corpse.
Jesus Christ. We can still... She's like coughing on the other side of her room.
Really good.
Never...
Yeah, if she dies, it's gonna be really hard to enjoy the ice cream I bought today.
When... Hey, I'm just saying, when a strange man stands outside your window and offers you a bowl of soup, don't drink it.
Oh my gosh.
Garrett Viacourt is the Soup Man. And this summer's biggest blockbuster.
He had a name that wasn't his name, and I could have sworn it was the Soup Man.
No, you're...
We were calling him, and I'm wrong.
You're
I'm
wrong.
completely wrong.
This summer, we'll have our soup and eat it too.
We'll answer the final question. Is soup a food or a drink?
You'll be given the whole spoon, but you only need the end. I don't know what that means.
Anyway, your other options are the let me see here.
Middle upper is what we're looking for.
Oh, okay, okay. So you don't want to go to the hostel. Okay,
The
yeah, no,
shithead,
you
no,
definitely
no.
don't want that hostel. I don't even know if you know about that hostel.
Don't be hostile to me, Robert. Give me options.
Your other options are Destined Estates. Those are the fancy townhomes. I believe Frey ran out one of those.
I remember that.
For one night.
Yeah.
It was 3 gold a night.
Yeah, it was very expensive. There's Morton Suites, which is a very fancy inn. Heavy maroon color scheme, large rooms. It's where like a lot of foreign merchants stay. Had large centralized lobby, lots of private rooms. Let me see what else we got here. Those are gonna be your main 3 if you don't want garbage. There's nothing in Ardenford. Yeah, those are like gonna be the big 3. Like the quarters is kind of middle.
Quarters it is.
Okay.
Sounds like the quarters it is.
Okay.
All right.
We don't need to keep on that one.
Okay.
We get a good
Oh, there's
few rooms.
below deck's also a hostel. There's a lot of hostels here.
Yeah, I mean, those are the main ways people probably stay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mira's gonna hold the book, guard with her life. Wallace will have to pluck it from her cold dead corpse. And is Mira already cold?
No.
She has some blood.
Yeah, but is it warm?
Let me look
That's
at
harmonized.
what I have. I mean, she wears gloves.
I mean, that could just be an
for
aesthetic
a
choice.
reason.
Aesthetics is an option.
No, it was not for aesthetics.
It was for
Did she hide me something?
calisthenics.
Under my list of funny, not human quirks and eccentricities, the first bullet point is cool to the touch. So
There you go. Not warm.
There you go.
Now,
Anyway, so
Yeah.
Mira gets the book. She's holding on to it for safekeeping. Lawrence keeps the sword because she's going to cuddle it as he goes to sleep.
I was like, that's really weird. He doesn't care about weapons. I remembered how much it's worth.
yeah.
God.
On the to-do list is get a sheath made.
You can only bring the
How much are you
value up.
willing to spend if I can make this look more expensive?
Lawrence is going to weigh the odds tomorrow. But he's been thinking about it for the trip. During the trip.
Anyway, so you are heading over to the. Why do I still have my Gorestone? The quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And inside you can see there's a very large man, big, kind of just like big, wide, tall dude that you recognize as Wilbur Temple. Those of you who stayed here before, also known as the Grub Master.
Master.
The soup man.
Close.
The
I
soup
was
man.
close. The soup man, the grub master.
that's pretty close.
It's not.
It is pretty. It is in
No, it
spirit. It is.
He had
in
a funny
spirit.
name. That's the spirit, huh?
Garrett's gonna come in the door, see him if he sees him, and just be like, grub master.
Man.
I just had the worst dream that someone kept calling me a soup man. Oh, sorry, it's been a very slow few days.
Well, I would certainly have horrible dreams if I thought someone was calling me the soup man as well. That would be a horrible title. Horrible title.
I know. Slow few days isn't going to be anything to men like us. After all, you're about to get a windfall. And he gestures to the size of the group.
He blinks a couple of times, obviously still only half awake, and finally he just kind of narrows his eyes. Five of you then, yes?
Was that 5?
Yeah.
I heard Forv.
Yeah. Sound like 4.
I was I'm trying to make him sound exhausted.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
5 works. I mean, Mira's
Yep.
going to do a streak, so, you know.
All
One
right.
of the best rooms.
My best rooms.
Oh, yeah.
Got 2 nice ones that have private bathrooms in them. If you're interested in that.
Yes, please.
How many did he say?
2 with private bathrooms.
Oh, yeah. Marcus down for both.
All right, those are going to how many nights? I got a discount if you stay at least 3, and then another discount if you stay at 7.
Marcus down for 3. Give us some leverage. Some leeway.
All right, so 3 regular and 2 premium. All right, 2 premium going to be. Right, I'm gonna do 20. It's 40 silver, and then 3 nights each times 3. He's like doing all the math in like his head, but he's talking it all out. $64 silver will get you 3 nights for all 5 rooms.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I can, the baths are gonna be, they're clean, and I can have, fresh hot water delivered either, tonight or in the morning, whatever you prefer.
Lawrence will count out the coin, and he'll look to the others on what they think for baths. Tonight.
I think tonight.
Yeah, bath tonight.
Everyone should have a bath.
Alright, I'll get everything heated up, and I'll bring a few buckets of the hot up as soon as it's done being boiled.
He said 64 for everything, right?
Yeah, Lawrence counted out the money and handed it over.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure I heard correct. Garrett will throw an extra couple silver in there for the guy waking up for us to get the beds and baths ready. Let's say an extra.
You cut out?
Yeah, you cut out, sorry.
Sorry, I was saying an extra 10 silver just to be
Oh my.
generous. I got 27 gold in my noted down in
Jesus.
Ray will help you spend that.
Listen, if you're looking to invest, Lawrence is always here.
I appreciate it. We'll get that all going. And he heads outside. He heads to the back, and you see him you hear the sound of like keys jingling, and he eventually brings those out. And as he does, he's also balancing 2 large like 5-gallon buckets across like a large stick on one shoulder that are currently empty. Gotta go get these filled outside. Campbell probably be hour. I could have you both up with hot baths.
It's appreciated.
Thank you so much.
I know there is also a couple of private ones, public use out in the back. If you're looking. And he gives like a little half nod at that, and hands off the keys to you guys. And out he goes.
Is he heating the water just for the private baths right now,
Yeah.
or is it for baths?
Yeah, for the private baths. Public baths aren't hot water.
Okay. Garrett will go take a shower or bath in the public baths. He's like, I'm not waiting. Finally, time to actually really get clean, because I don't know why we didn't bathe in Gorestone, but
I imagine we did.
Yeah, you could have.
Like I mean, I imagine we bathe generally as much as possible on the road.
Yeah,
Like,
anytime you find
down.
water or a river or something.
Maybe got a
So
little
we're not
sparse around
just-
the lake, considering how scary the lake was. But
Yeah.
so we're not just.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are
crusty.
covered
we're
in
not
a
like
month of
a month and a
grime.
half of stank.
Yeah.
No.
Let's go negotiate with Wallace now.
He'll be intimidated by our aura.
All right, no, that's fine then.
Smell maxing.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Garrett will still take a bath at the outside water.
Right,
It wouldn't
yeah.
be the first time he's taken a bath in the winter cold.
I mean, it's not insanely cold anymore. Like, it's still
Yeah.
cold, like, probably 50s at night, but it's not like... It's no longer below freezing.
We'll probably Samar goes with them. Make sure we're still buddy systeming just in case. Cool with y'all?
Yeah,
Samar wants dibs on one of the first hot baths.
yeah. I was gonna say.
Should have paid for it, asshole.
Ader should have been here to argue for it.
Listen, Samar can use Lawrence's once he's done. It should still be lukewarm.
Ray is going to wait for his bath, and he is going to stay in that bath until it goes cold.
Oh.
He will also potentially fall asleep in it. That is a possibility.
God, that's funny.
Oh.
Does Frey hang
Frey a
out like
hot
the
tub?
common area until that's ready, or
Yeah, he will.
yeah, Lawrence hang out too?
Okay. Mostly because he doesn't want to risk falling asleep in bed.
Question, what are you guys doing with your mule and cart and your Strieg?
Mira's the new mule for Strieg, and do they have a place to park outside?
No, he does
we
not
had
have
to hide
anywhere. Yeah,
Henrietta
they
inside
snuck
of,
Henrietta into one of the rooms last time they were here.
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
He-
Well,
The grub master was cool with it, which is also part of why I tipped him an extra 10 silver.
I guess then Lawrence will find a place to stable her. And who was the cart? Was the cart belong to the Garrotines, or am I just? A stable can probably compensate a cart, right?
Yeah.
Stable.
Yeah. Stable. All right. Stable's going to be for just the one night, or you want 3 as well?
We'll do the night, and Lawrence will tell any others they should probably sort out the rest of that for later.
Gotta be 2 silver unless the caveat is 2 silver unless she acts up. If she starts being a pain in the ass, we'll charge you more in the morning.
You'll just scan over 3.
Sure.
Hope that covers anything.
Yeah. And then I figured the next day we can leave her with the Garantines.
Perhaps.
Yeah, but Lawrence will
Probably
make sure the
shouldn't
others
be
know
assuming,
that she needs to
yeah.
be taken care of tomorrow sometime. And I think before he re-enters the quarters, he's going to take a moment to look, both ways behind him on the street, see if there's anyone watching.
Give me a int notice.
Call it sailor's intuition.
You don't see anyone really following you or keeping an eye out or doing anything unscrupulous. There's one guy about half a block down who looks like he's had way too much to drink and is about to throw up and probably get arrested.
Lawrence will just head back in.
Anything
Right.
else you guys are doing for the night? Oh, I guess you gotta finish having your conversations about your plans, so.
I think just meet in the morning. We converse then.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. We'll have a nice low-key night.
Frey,
Yeah.
you fall asleep in the bath
Oh, no.
about 2 minutes later.
Oh, come on!
I warned you what was gonna happen when you used this. This is so much worse than turning you into a serial killer.
Is it? Ray is just so frustrated and I'm not. Can't you just give me one night? Or at least some privacy.
The water feels freezing cold for a moment. And then goes back to normal.
I'd like to rescind my apology video. This is the best haunting of all time.
Frey shivers a little before it goes back to normal and just is very tired and annoyed, and this bath is suddenly just not quite as enjoyable as it once was.
Listen, he can get 8 hours of sleep, exactly, in a bed, and then get to work.
He will reluctantly drag himself out and get ready for bed. And go to bed.
All right. Anyone else have anything for the night? Who else is getting the hot bath? Yeah, who else got the nice room?
Paid for the other nice
Okay,
room.
yeah, so Lawrence also gets a nice hot bath.
Listen, he's holding the wallet. He's getting a nice room.
Yeah.
He's also holding the retirement fund.
Of course. And listen,
It's
If
going to the
Samar
bath
wants
with
wants
him.
the lukewarm water. Once he's done, he can have it. Anyway.
So, with that, eventually, you guys all get to bed. A nice, comfortable night at the quarters. And come sunrise, Frey.
Ray just grumbles, rolling over and just trying to ignore it as he just pulls every pillow on top of his head.
And yet, as if the pillows aren't even there,
And he very reluctantly, just grumbling the entire way, drags himself out of bed and says,
Solid
"Fine,
alarm
we're going to go, I'm gonna go find a courier right now." And yeah, Frey's not even gonna wait for anybody. He's gonna go up. He's gonna,
he's
he's gonna
Really
go
funny.
out
oh.
and
Is he in his night clothes?
he like wraps a do these rooms have complimentary like bedrooms?
No.
Bathrooms?
know why,
No,
dude.
they
Dressing
do
gown?
not.
Okay.
You can wrap yourself in, like, the comforter.
Okay, so Frey is going to just kind of, grumbling the entire way, with his comforter around him. He's going to go and he's going to go and knock on Lawrence's door.
The best way to solve something is to make it everyone else's problem.
This is Frey.
It's a moment. It's a few moments. It's like 40 seconds, maybe a minute or two. But Lawrence comes to the door wearing his nightcap, which he canonically wears, as established previously. His glasses loosely on his face, and just bedclothes otherwise. Mr.
Yeah.
Vert, to what do I owe this early pleasure? Not the only one who likes to sleep in,
I would very much love to sleep in, but I can't at the moment. And I wonder if I might be able to get a loan of some coin for a long distance messenger, and I'll go find them, but I don't know if I have enough coin on me to do it, so I just might need a little extra, please. And thank you.
Lawrence is a bit stunned by the request. Robert, this is one of Lawrence's contact cities. What's a postal service he can recommend?
The most highly recommended one that you have always trusted that has never steered you wrong is the Violet Herald.
And I mean, we knew about that one already.
They also point guns at the soldiers of the blue.
Lawrence will go grab 5 gold, which is a lot.
That's a shit ton.
It's a lot of money. That's probably 2. Grab 2 gold. Bring them back. Give them to Frey. It was you said Violet Herald?
The Violet Herald Mail Company.
Violet Herald Mail Company. You can find them on X Road, on X intersection. Blah blah blah.
Frey will look at the coin a moment and then, thank you. I'll thank you. And
Can
Good
tell me
night.
working with BFF or otherwise you can just, I don't know, if the Fortunes Accord has a relationship prior, you do as you will. All right, good night.
All right, and Frey will go back to his room, and he will take a little bit to get dressed. He'll at least brush his hair, wash his face, and then he's gonna go out to look for the Violet Herald Postal Company.
Alrighty. The outskirts of the Darien Plaza in the northeast corner, there is a small office. And you head there and... Oh, shit.
We've been there. Oh, I
Okay,
don't know if everyone has been there.
they're open. I had to check if it was... I had to check the day. They're closed on Sundays. It's not
Why
Sunday.
do you have that information? Okay. Okay.
Oh my god. No, so you make your way, and you see there's a woman with dark red hair that's kind of, she's got up in like a really messy bun, and she's sitting at the desk. You can see through like the door's not propped open, but it like there's a window and the curtains are drawn on it through the door, and you can just see it like perfectly. It perfectly frames her in the middle of this small lobby, and she's just kind of like flipping through these different letters and like narrowing her eyes. She's only half awake.
Yeah, so Frey will step forward and just putting on his best smile, trying to forget how tired and grumpy he is. Go, good morning. I know it's far too early, isn't it?
It really is. What are people doing here this early?
Believe me, I wish I weren't, but I do need a message sent rather urgently, and I heard that this was the place to do it.
Her eyes kind of open up. Yes, we can get it done, of course. Where is it going, and how quickly does it need to be there?
Well, it is going to a Beacon Knight fortress.
Her eyes go a little bit wider. That's not cheap.
That's fine. Tell me how much will it be?
Well, are you trying to just send a parchment, a package?
Just a parchment. Just a letter.
Well, I don't have a lot of people coming in here asking to contact. Which one?
Well, it is up in the Sabine Highlands.
Oh, that's far. And how quickly do you want it there?
How quick can you get it there?
She kind of purses her lips. I can't make any promises. I would say within a month? If we are able to find a messenger bird, considerably less, but messenger birds going to specific locations can sometimes be even more expensive, all things considered.
Well, it is a quite important matter, so yes, absolutely, if that is a possibility.
Well, that is something we could certainly look into, but that would at that point just be our labor being spent, so it would be the same cost either way. There's no promises. We would probably spend a couple of days reaching out to contacts within the city, seeing if there's anyone who may have a bird that would be returning that way that they can spare. Of course, then we would have to pay for that, so... And she goes and starts, like, flipping through a ledger.
Oh, of course, just
Just one parchment?
Just one parchment.
Small enough to fit on a bird?
I should think so. Oh, actually, I need to write the letter, don't I?
She gives
I'm
you
sorry.
the most angry customer service blink.
Apologies, I'm a bit out of sorts this morning. Might I be able to buy some parchment as well?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
And she produces one that's about 8 inches long by about 2.5 inches wide. This one should roll up quite nicely on just about any kind of messenger bird we have access to. Whether that be raven, pigeon, dove.
Thank you, thank you. Let me take a moment and write this out. Oh, and of course you came highly recommended by Mr. Beckett.
She narrows her eyes. Mr. Beckett?
Yes, of what is it? Beckett's findings and
Fines and fineries.
finds and fineries.
Oh, yes, we send lots of small letters back and forth, things like that. Mostly handle his contact. That is Mr. Beckett, then, that has been... yes, all of it just goes under a business. We actually... never mind. Never mind.
Ah, well, let me write this first, and
Yes, of course.
first see if I
have
can even
him
fit this.
have him come in when if you see him again. We have a letter for him.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll make sure to let him know. And excuse me, Frey will go to write down this message, and I think, like, while he's sitting down, and he'll just kind of, whisper, "Is there anything in particular you want me to put in this, or would you like to write it yourself?" Which isn't an open-ended invitation, mind you.
You start to feel your right hand almost twitching.
Okay, yeah, and Frey will allow the spirit to write the letter through him.
And it begins to write and scrawl in very bad, small handwriting. All
Is it
over.
legible?
It's legible,
Okay.
but it's bad.
Oh.
Uh,
Okay.
and it elaborates what happened, his story, the Umbraei, what happened to the rest of them. It's a full summary, how he was brought back just to get killed again. And this was his
how he
final
died?
request. What's that?
Okay.
Is he how he died? Just that he was brought back to be killed again?
Just says to be killed again.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And you say this is definitely legible, right?
Yeah.
Does it mention the fate of Dorman?
Yes. Yes, it goes into everything that you told him about the people he traveled with.
Does it say anything about us?
That you helped fulfill his final request.
Okay. Okay, excellent.
And he appreciates
Is it? Did we have a name? Did we have a name that we
Yeah,
gave him?
it
Did he
was
describe
Emmett.
us as, or just some people?
Oh, he just. Oh,
We didn't give him a name as a group, I don't think.
Unless he got it from us talking. Like
I mean, he's
afterwards.
been hanging around this entire time, so. But he didn't mention us by name in the letter, right?
No.
Okay.
He
some
will
people were
he will
there,
mention
like-
you, Frey, like, as the one who helped him get this sent.
Okay. Okay, good. So yeah, once he finishes, Frey will take a few moments to read it over. And then he will very carefully roll it up and take it back over to the woman and says, This is what I need sent. It's very important."
She rolls it a little bit tighter and ties a string around it, and then takes a couple of drops of wax and puts them over the string where she tied a little bow and stamps it, and it flattens out a little bit. stamped with the Violet Herald sigil, or at least a very small facsimile of it. And right, I think I finished looking, and similar deliveries, it looks like we average about 3 weeks. But again, it depends on if we can find a bird or not. I'm going to say 14 silver, and we'll try and get it within 3 weeks.
Thank you so much. And yeah, Frey will hand over you said 14 silver?
Yes.
You know what? He actually has exactly 14 silver on him, so he will keep the 2 gold from Lawrence and he'll hand over his 14 silver instead.
All right. Is there anything else you need? Any sort of deliveries through the city? Any porter work?
I believe that's it at the moment, but thank you. Thank you kindly, and I'll make sure that Mr. Beckett gets that message.
Yes, I would. If you were a signed member of the company, I would be able to release it to you, but unfortunately you are not, so.
Of course, I understand. I'm sure he'll be along soon as he gets some free time. And he'll pass over let's say 10 copper to her as a tip.
She gives a very warm smile and a curt nod of appreciation. Appreciate your business.
Have a pleasant rest of your morning. And Frey will head back to the inn, where he will retreat to his room at first. He'll rip a page out of his journal, a blank page, to write a note to Lawrence that, hey, there's some mail waiting for you at the Violet the Violet Herald. And he'll go and flip under Lawrence's door, and then he'll go and climb into his own bed in his room and go to sleep.
All right. What's everybody else doing?
Garrett probably would have been up by the time Frey eventually got back. He would have just been I think he would have just been in his room, just trying to remember, see what, if anything else, was coming back from his memories of Rohan, and just not running around first thing in the
You cut out.
Yeah, you cut out. All I got was first thing and then cut out.
Not run around first thing in the morning is what I caught.
Sorry. Yep, that's what it was.
Worked on my machine.
Yeah, because it's the first time he's not had to do that in a while.
Just everyone's giving a big middle finger to Frey. Indirectly.
Anybody else have anything?
I mean, I got stuff for later in the day, or once, like, you know, Lawrence gets
So
up.
at this point then, everybody is getting up, and
Getting up and waiting around for everyone so we
Yeah.
can talk about like plans and stuff.
you all make your way to the common room where you are able to plan your day.
Okay. I would say that Mr. Viacourt and Miss Tyrell should head straight to is there a notable like big bank that would be, nigh infeasible to steal from without a comic line of planning?
Oh God.
I'm assuming the answer is yes. Lawrence will recommend that one as, for where we put the book for now.
Yeah, so are you talking like you want to go to like a trusted one or like a major guild one?
Major would be nice, I'd say.
But hold on, weren't we going to have someone go and then not go to the meeting?
I mean, honestly, it doesn't really matter. Like,
Yeah,
them
if it's
knowing
at
it's
a
at a big bank.
if it's at a bank, it would be a lot harder for him to get to.
Maybe.
There's likely some contingencies. Like, there's a world where magic exists.
I guess.
Like, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, wouldn't they have at least some kind of like, contingency for magical shoplifters or whatever?
What do you mean?
At a major fucking bank in a big city?
Oh yeah, there's going to be security out the ass. Like, especially if it's like, if you're going for like
a real safety deposit box or something?
Yeah, so Pearlman
like a
Acreage, which is the big guild, has like essentially they mostly just do investments, but they do technically have a bank, but like you have to be able to justify working with them directly. Like their bank.
What do you mean?
Like, you can't just be a schmuck with a couple hundred gold.
Well, we kind of are schmucks with a couple hundred gold.
Who's our the guy? Hang on, let me check. Our assessor, who's he with? He's our liaison with the guild, but who's the guild we're working with on that?
Let me check as well. I don't refer to him as an assessor in any of my other notes here. I feel really bad.
His name was Octavius Corlon.
Yeah. I'm searching for...
If we're already doing business with the whatever guild is for that, we could just ask if they have a bank, we could use that.
Right.
Oh yeah, he's a neutral assessor, as far as I know.
Right, but like he's not with a guild. Between us and a guild, right?
Yeah, he's a middleman. Like, he's an independent middleman.
Right, but who's the guild we're working with when it comes to the estate?
Oh, so you're not working with a singular guild for that. You're working with essentially the government, which is handled by the 5 major guilds. Honestly,
okay,
give me an int no. Yeah, give me an int no.
Can't be int trade?
Yeah, int trade makes sense here.
I could maybe
Very
do
cool.
it no.
Yeah, I would also take that from Mira.
Boom! Was like, is the estate enough for us to like get a way in with that one place?
With Pearlman Acreage?
Mm-hmm.
It might take some smooth talking, but the estate's certainly a good start. Like, having a settlement, like, technically your guild, your company, the Fortunes Accord, has Riverstone Keep and also the village of Riverstone. So, yeah, it might take some sweet talking, but you could probably get an audience with them.
Who's currently on the Riverstone Keep contract? It's Lawrence, Garrett. Is Strieg there?
I don't think so. I think it was maybe
not.
just the 3 of us.
Lauren, I'm pretty sure Rowan was on it.
Well,
He's not here. So is it just the 3 then?
Rowan, Mira, Garrett.
Lawrence will recommend that Mira, Garrett, and Frey head to the fucking guild whose name I don't remember, to try to set up a safety deposit box in their company's name, with justification being that they are the owners of Riverstone Keep and the town of Riverstone. You would explain that it'll likely still take some convincing, but hopefully their skilled negotiator should be able to handle it. Give
Ray.
Frey like a look of confidence.
Yes, won't be a problem.
Do we have
Frey looks
our
very confident.
presumably
Should
we
be
have
able to take
our
care of this.
paperwork and shit with us?
I would assume.
And otherwise, Samar can go with Lawrence to, do daily chores, get new, bedrolls for everyone, replace things that were lost, get mail.
Sounds good. So, the gang, the fortunes accord as they are. Are going to head to the Perlman Acreage office at the Central Hall. You guys make your way there. Immediately, you head to the office, not even, inside it or anything. Just, getting to it, you immediately have 2 guards approach you, and one of them just... Oh, good morning to you. What is it you need with the Perlman Acreage offices?
Yes, good morning.
Red Frey. Sorry.
Yes, good morning. We are representatives of the Fortunes Accord, and we would like to open an account. We've come into ownership of the Riverstone Keep and the Riverstone Village up to the west, and, well, we'd like to get all our affairs in order.
Right, and...
Savings box.
I've never heard of this Riverstone. This is a... And there's kind of a pause for a moment. A town?
A town and the keep. We actually have the ownership paperwork
And
with us. And
what is your population?
Sadly, at the moment, very low. We just have some workers there who are... What's the word?
Fixing things up?
Reclaiming.
Refurbishing.
Yes.
She gives a nod at that. Huh. So in that case, what was the IEP that you paid in last year taxes on?
They said that we... the guy who set this up for us, he said he was going to pay our taxes for a while, right?
The first year, yeah.
For the first year, okay. Is the information on that included in our paperwork?
No, that was, it's something that the, is going to be handled by the assessor, and also there will be guild representatives, separately going out there. The assessor would file initial IEP, IEPs, and then they would be confirmed by someone within the guilds.
I would say it's currently being assessed, basically. We just came into owning of this property. It's currently being assessed for to create the IEP.
You could also invoke the name of the person who you got it from, and the fact that he's taking care of the hex prior.
Yeah, Frey is going to name drop him and say that he's been handling all those affairs.
Give me a charisma convince.
All right.
Jesus.
I'm so glad that like Frey's gonna
Right.
crush this before Lawrence has to answer the question about what he thinks of them.
I will go ahead and come with me. And the guard guides you inside to the main office. The guard herself goes and heads over and lets someone at the lobby know what's going on. And as she heads back to the main door, she walks past you and they will be able to see you in about 5 minutes or so.
Thank you very much.
You are free to wait here. If you wish, we will have complimentary coffee and wine options coming before you are required to eat.
I think that would be lovely. Though it's perhaps a little early for wine, sadly.
You don't see it, but the person behind the counter is blinking in confusion.
I guess for them it's 5 o'clock somewhere. But yeah, no, Garrett will certainly take him up on the offer for coffee.
They come out with a very like a lot of like heavy, like there's 3 different options. There's like milk, there's cream, and then there's another cream-like substance that you wouldn't immediately recognize the smell of. Along with 3 cups for coffee, there is also a bottle of a vintage 1625 red, along with wine glasses, if you so choose, that comes out on a cart.
Despite his comment, Frey will go for a glass of wine. A small glass. A sip.
Pour himself some coffee.
Oh no, they pour
Black.
for you.
Oh, well, Garrett will have them pour coffee. Black.
The gentleman just kind of looks, and for your flavoring for your coffee, sir?
Coffee flavored is perfectly fine. I drink it black. It's fine.
He blinks a
proceeds to
couple
take
of
sip.
times, and then just, as you wish, sir. Turns to you, Frey. This is a 1625. It is actually a fairly... Most of this vintage was still at a vineyard when the Black Sun began, so it is one of our rarer reds, but we brought it out today as a bit of a celebration. We have one of our vice presidents of the company retiring today, so we've chosen an auspicious day. Are you all going to be hungry? Can I get you breakfast? It is fairly early. At least a snack, perhaps.
Yes, I think a snack would be perfect.
Sure.
He comes back.
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, and he's just gonna say and well wishes to your president and his future endeavors and their future endeavors.
He gives a nod at that and comes back not 30 seconds later after leaving with the cart, carrying this time a plate. He places it down on the small coffee table in front of you, and it has these iced, like full like icing sweet rolls with a glaze of honey that he drizzles hot over them.
That sounds absolutely delicious. Garrett will absolutely take one of those.
The service here is quite wonderful.
He doesn't even say anything to that. Like, the general vibe you get is this is expected of people who work directly with Proman Acreage.
Yeah.
Like, this is just how it goes.
Garrett will actually look at Frey and be like, "Get it together, man. You're in nobility again." like just he'll like give him that side eye, like, you ignore the servants as much as possible type glare.
Frey just gives an apologetic smile, and yes, he will also partake of one of the pastries.
Mira is just like following suit, I guess. She has no idea about this kind of thing.
All right. And eventually, maybe 5 more minutes pass. And finally, someone comes out and she, hi, looking for the Fortune's Accord Company. I assume that is you? You are the only ones in the lobby.
Oh, yes, that's us.
All 3 of you. Right. I was able to fit you in, so please come with me.
All right, and we will.
This
follow.
woman's like maybe 30, big round glasses, hair in a messy bun, like very tight messy bun, but bangs. And she looks exhausted, like big bags under her eyes, even visible behind her glasses. And she just, all right, come on. And she drags you into an office where there's like a very nice couch, a couple of, an entire like fruit basket, a couple of very nice chairs, and she sits behind her desk and begins pulling out paperwork. Now, what is it that you are needing from us? It says here that you have an indeterminate IEP on the village of Riverstone and the accompanying keep. But those are being invested in.
That is correct. We have
looking to sell.
Perhaps eventually, but not quite yet. What we're actually hoping for is to open an account here and a safety deposit box so we can, for the safekeeping of the important papers regarding the business and the transactions.
She gives a very slow nod, and she is with like incredible haste, like jotting down as much of this as she can.
Of course, this is all during the renovation of the keep and the village. We're looking to add some value to it before selling it at the very least.
Yes, well, we here at Perlman are always interested in being able to purchase things that are ready to go for an investment, but I assure you that anything you invest, we would be able to get a better deal on if we were to do the renovations. So if you are looking for the best bang for your coin, as it were, selling now may be your best option. But if you are looking to hold on long-term, or you just need a minority investment, someone who can just take some of the profit and perhaps in return get your taxes down, perhaps even lower than the IEP estimated taxes, we can certainly get into business together for that. We can at least get you some immediate funding to get it completely invested and ready to go so that it's making you coin as quickly as possible, if that's the way that you're looking to go for it.
That certainly sounds interesting. IRL, I am not much of a banking guy, so I don't know if they're talking bull or if they're talking like this, like we're being serious here.
You can just sidestep it by saying that you need to consult with the other owners before you make that decision.
This is a case of they are trying to get like, oh boy, yeah. Not bringing Lawrence on the cash mission is very funny.
Yeah, other shit needs to be done.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, you go.
Yeah, so Frey will say, certainly very, very intriguing possibilities. We'll, of course, want to take care with any investment partnership. So we'll have to speak with the other owners of the venture, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Of course, you understand.
She gives a slow nod and then, yes, of course. So, in that case, you are just looking for opening a deposit box today? Something to keep valuables safe?
Yes, that would be perfect.
Well, we can certainly get that done. What is the estimated value of what you're looking to keep in it?
Frey will quote a value that would be equivalent to a noble's wardrobe.
And how much space are you going to need to keep this safe?
Frey will quote a
noble's wardrobe.
Maybe like a couple cubic feet or something.
Yeah.
For context, a noble's wardrobe, like let's say they have 20 sets of clothes, that's gotta be...
That's like a full walk-in closet.
That's gotta be 20 sets of clothes would be 1,000 gold.
I was so Frey's not saying they're gonna physically keep a wardrobe here.
No.
Just that's the value.
Yeah, so around
quoting.
1,000 gold's worth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she does like raise her eyes at that. What
is that a small amount?
What is the give me a wisdom into it.
Sure. I was just like, is that a small amount for like things they would hold on to? Is 1,000 gold a small amount?
It depends. No, I thought you meant I know. That's why I was asking for the intuit to kind of get her idea of a reaction to it.
I'm gonna reroll that.
Yeah, you can definitely learn more than that from this. She seems surprised in a positive way. Like, it definitely got the attention of, well, they do want your business, or at least she does.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so what do you have that is of value similar to a noble wardrobe, but able to fit in a small drawer? We can certainly keep it safe. We don't need to ask questions, but for security reasons, I mean, if we are going to be paying and insuring this, you don't have to divulge anything you don't want to.
Well,
out of character, I was just gonna say, or have us say that it is a particularly ancient, one-of-a-kind text.
Ooh, that's good.
High collector value item.
yeah, if Garrett wants to say that, go for it.
Yeah. So this particular item is it's a one-of-a-kind ancient text from, best we can tell, several hundred. And it's something that we're looking to possibly see. There is, I mean, obviously for
A market
we
for
want to keep
sale.
it safe. Want to see if possibly there's a market for sale.
Well, if you are looking for coinage, or at least I can certainly see about finding you an appraiser, which, if we have it in if you're going to be keeping it with us for safekeeping, we can get the appraisal done for free.
Right. We already have a appraiser, a third-party appraiser is supposed to be looking to it. However, we do appreciate the...
Well, sometimes it is a case of comparing ours to yours and seeing the differences in appraisals.
Certainly. I think after we receive our first appraisal, it most definitely would not hurt to get a second opinion and see if perhaps there is additional value that the original appraiser may have missed.
She sits up, like snapping up, and gives a big wide smile. Right, so you are looking to keep this staged here long term then?
Garrett will look over at Frey, basically being like, do we want to do this short term, or do we want to like say we're going to keep it here for like a month when we're getting rid of it?
We do keep by, she would at this point, like, as you were, like, looking at Frey, she would, like, read up on that. And we do have monthly, but also we do have yearly contracts as well that are going to save you some coin. But if you do break the contract, then there will be an additional cost.
Understandable. Let us start with monthly for now, as we...
Or the market?
That's where we're lining up our current prospects.
I understand.
And everything is very much in flux, as of course you understand.
Well, we can certainly get this saved for you. We can have you in probably in the next... I could set you up in about 4 hours, and for a month you would be looking at... And you said, and she kind of like lifts out, like pulls out, not all the way, but like her drawer, something about like this would work? Or slightly larger?
Assuming that drawer looks like it will fit the book?
Yeah,
Frey will
easily.
say yes, that will be perfect.
Alright, well, for 1 month, the monthly on something like this, the actual one is slightly wider, but it's not going to be as deep. I believe it's about 3 feet deep by about 1.5 feet tall and about 2 feet wide. It will be running you... Let me see here. You did say monthly, correct?
That is correct.
55 gold per month.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 27 and change on me. This is out of character. I have 27 and change. I have right now. We would need to go to Lawrence to get the rest of the money to come in.
Yeah,
Lawrence just has enough.
I have exactly 9 gold.
Lawrence
I
has
have-
just enough to cover the whole thing.
I have 2 gold, which also came from Lawrence.
Well, they did say 4 hours. But although I guess, I don't know if they expect us to pay immediately.
No, they will be expecting you to pay when you meet them.
Works out.
Okay. Yeah, Frey will not make a face at that price. And he'll say, well, excellent then. We shall return in about 4 hours, as you said.
Yes, now, we will not be, and she begins giving you instructions to the bank that you'll be meeting at. It is on the other side of the Darien Plaza. That is where we keep everything safe. It is a little bit, well, space is at a premium here, but I assure you, you have nothing to worry about out there either. You will get a full tour of our facilities, and at this point she pulls out a pocket watch from her lapel and checks, and let's say 3 o'clock we can meet there.
3 o'clock it is then.
Indeed, thank you.
She gives a smile, shakes each of your hands, and I will, follow me. And she shows you out.
All right.
And remember, a month is only 3 weeks in this world, so...
Fuck.
It's over 2 gold a day.
Fuck. We might not meet. We may not be able to do that long term. Tell you what. Unless we sell that sword.
You can
sword
always
real quick.
you can refinance the manor or the fucking fort.
Yep.
Oh. All right, so
So
you
I guess
guys
we'll
head
go-
off.
I guess we're gonna meet up with Lawrence then.
Meanwhile, Lawrence and Samar are doing some basic, some chores and things, and Lawrence, you eventually make your way to get the letter.
Mm-hmm.
You head in, they give you a nod, and you mention who you are, and you are handed a small letter that looks like it arrived via bird.
Lawrence will offer his sincerest thanks before unfurling it to read.
It is addressed to Mr. Lawrence Beckett, president of BFF. It was sent, it was written 18th of Freyazend, 1657, so just over a month ago. We write to inform you that we were set upon by thieves on the 14th, just east of Sense Crossing. They made off with the full contents of the coffers, though the cart and beasts were left unharmed. None of our number were seriously hurt, but we have been stranded here since, short on coin and unsure how best to proceed. We await your advice, whether to return with what remains or to stay and seek word of the stolen goods. We shall act as you stay fit. And then, scribbled at the bottom in a much worse handwriting, it says Torgal.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Where were they? Where they got attacked?
Somewhere outside of Sense Crossing. Which is way the holy hell up here. Yeah. The heart of Grishalis. They're stuck with no coin.
We don't have any coin either. We just
Over a
spent it all
month
on this
ago!
box.
I hope they're not still waiting like assholes! God!
How are you even gonna fucking contact them?
Literally? Who does it seem like someone wrote the letter for him?
Yes, it seems like someone wrote the letter for him.
They used the last of their money to send it fucking...
I mean, you would know that they're essentially like, hey, we're out of money and the business is falling apart. Give us money, please, to fix it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see how much we get otherwise.
Yeah. The coffers would refer to, you know, all of the coin and any other gems or incredibly high value items that would be small enough to fit in a, you know, a small chest.
Yeah. That's not
Bandits
ideal.
over here? I mean, how bad is banditry up here?
In Grishalis? I mean, it's not horrible, but I mean,
Things still happen.
yeah, and also if someone sneaks in and steals your shit in the night, like,
I mean, how much do you trust these guys on the caravan?
You can ask Lawrence in character. Anyway. All right. Well, hey Robert, I want to invoke a bit of ability.
yeah.
What is it? We're gonna invoke Deal Maker and find someone who wants to buy some nice iron stuff.
Alrighty. Oh. Buy or sell for anger service that can be traded in the community, legal or otherwise. Alrighty.
I think, didn't Samar say that, or didn't Aidar say that Samar was gonna give Lawrence the other spear to sell, or am I misremembering?
I think so, but I don't remember.
We can leave it open and say it happened if...
Yeah,
They
we'll
agree
leave that
anyway.
up to Adarsh for next week. Alright, well, Lawrence is going selling, so what all are you selling?
We got let's see. The
Spices.
iron hinges and 1 to 2 iron heavy spears.
Alrighty. Spears are going to be worth about... you'd be able to get, like... So, like, you know... You start hitting up your contacts, you can get flat base price today, which is going to be... those heavy spears are going to be running you... you could get 100 silver each for them right now.
If I give it a few days, could I get a little more?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
All right, we'll work that.
The hinges, no one uses iron hinges. They will be melted down and turned into something else.
Likely, yes.
So selling them as raw materials at a blacksmithy, you'll be able to, how many did you say you had? Like 2?
It was a set of iron hinges.
Okay. So I would say a set would be... Were they from a door?
I think so.
So that'd be 3. So I would say that is going to get you about another... It's probably worth more, but it needs to be like broken down and turned into something. So as just raw materials, you'd be looking at 150 silver.
Okay.
So 15
we'll
gold.
we'll take that one up front. There's not much you can do about that one.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, 150 silver or 15 gold, however you want to convert that. And then, you know, you can always just 100 gold or 100 silver each for the iron spears, or see if you can find a specialty buyer. So that you're sitting on for a couple of days.
Yeah, we'll sit on that one to get a little higher up. We'll also swap out the ruined tent for a new one, new set of cooking utensils.
All right. All that shopping stuff, I'll go ahead and do after the session. Yeah.
Okay. Only other thing is fixing the cracked gun. Basically, getting a new handle made for it.
All right. Getting a new handle and everything made for the gun.
And a
see here.
scabbard for the sword.
The gun you can get fixed for... it's got a little bit of, like, it also needs, like, cleaning, and the firing pin needs to be replaced. You can flat 250 silver get fixed.
Damn it.
You may be able to find a better deal looking around over the next couple days.
Yeah, we'll let that sit in the back burner too. The scabbard should be pretty cheap though, right?
How fancy do you want it?
Not.
Okay,
If we want something additive later, I'll work. Lawrence will work on it. But for now, we just want to not have it fucking on display constantly.
Now, do you want a iron scabbard?
No. What?
Well, it's an iron blade, so I thought maybe you'd want iron scabbard to go with it.
No, we want something additive. We'll work on it later.
Okay, I wasn't sure. All right, a simple brass or bronze. Bronze scabbard probably be a little bit nicer. Run you 5 silver. Brass one would be 3.
We'll do the bronze one.
All right, 5 silver. And they kind of take the measurements. You'll be able to pick it up tomorrow.
Excellent.
All right. Otherwise, that's all of your shopping, and eventually, come afternoon, you guys are meeting back up at the quarters. All right. You get back there. You guys probably get back before Lawrence. He's got haggling to do, so eventually, Lawrence, you make it back where you and Samar in tow can see the rest of the gang waiting in the common room.
So as they come in, I'll fill them in real quick. Hey, we got a storage deposit box. We meet them at 3 o'clock at insert bank here. It's going to be 55 gold for the month.
Suppose they wouldn't do a couple of days, would they?
Seemed monthly or yearly were our options.
I see. And what's that running us?
55 gold.
For the month.
I've just have enough from the previous fund to handle that, and I was able to get a good 150 silver for those hinges. So we'll still have enough to work with for a while. Though I do have some business that's come up as well, which I'll need to attend to one way or another.
What sorts of business?
Sorry.
Let's see, my caravan has been beset by bandits.
Oh, that is most unfortunate to hear. I don't have a ton of money on. I was going to cover part of the safety deposit so that you didn't have to use all of the funds that we have left to cover that. I can either helping offset the cost of the I can't, the safe deposit box, or say, helping collect whatever money you may need to send to caravan. I can offset some of that.
Mr. Viacourt, please. That isn't your problem. Please don't. For now, I just need some time to consider that. Once the blade is sold, it will really be a non-issue, but collecting the funds needed to get that restarted will take some time. It's also going to take a few days to offload the spears. Make sure we get some good value out of those.
You're sure what kind of value are you thinking we can get out of this?
Spears?
Mhm.
Well, should Dr. Samar wish to... well, for both of them, I'm thinking can maybe get 130, 150, maybe, each.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Never looked much into iron implements myself. I'm a distance kind of guy.
Those rusty door hinges alone were 150 for the set.
I see. Well, I'll have to have keep an eye out for any more rusty door hinges in our trap.
I'd recommend it, certainly.
So with that, what does that leave you with today?
It's putting the book away, spending the 55 gold.
And then we have to get a hold of our friend.
You're cutting out
Wallace.
a lot right now, Dave.
Weird, because, okay, my mic is open. I was just saying now we have to get a hold of our friend Wallace.
Our friend
Friend Wilson.
Did it cut out again?
The last thing we got was our friend
Wallace. Our pirate friend. I don't know.
I'd say we go check out his shop once we're done with the book.
All right.
So, you guys prepare and discuss for a couple of hours before making your way to the Pearlman Acreage main bank.
All right, so how much is Garrett contributing?
I will contribute 20 gold.
All right. Anyone else contributing?
Could have 5. I don't have much.
Sure. So what's that? 25? You said?
Yeah,
I said
25?
20. So if she's contributing 5, that'd be 25. Yeah.
30 remains. All right. Lawrence will fork that up.
All right. So you meet right in the lobby of a fairly simple building. Large stone structure, lots of guards, but you wouldn't notice them right away unless you knew where you were going. Just walking by, if you didn't know this was a Pearlman Acreage central bank, you wouldn't think anything of it. But once you head inside, there is a small lobby, not unlike the last one you were in, where the woman that you met earlier is waiting, and she just kind of waves you down and, right this way. Come with me. And guides you. She unlocks to a main room that she has a key to, and someone else at the entrance has a key to, letting you further in. From there, you are taken to a very large main room with hallways going in all different directions. You can hear offices, the rustling of paper, talking, conversation, meetings. It's the first time you get the feeling everything you've seen Central Hall, that's business. This is where the money moves. Frey, you know fashion, and some of these people are wearing suits worth hundreds and hundreds of gold.
Impressive.
This is a whole new level of not even excess, but of opulence. And she guides you through this main hall to one of the hallways where you are then headed down to... She pauses, and the second door on your left, she unlocks it, and then it opens. There is, on the right-hand side, a man, full armed guard with a pistol at his side that is behind a full set of iron-gated bars. And he just... Afternoon? Oh, yes. We are here for the 3 o'clock appointment for the Fortunes Accord. And he flips through and confirms it. He then unlocks the door on his side, heads over, and you can see that she has a separate key for this, and he has one on the other side that both need to be unlocked in order for this door to open. There are 2 more doors like this, the second one being a separate vault that... So, the vault swings open, and then there's also a barred jail-like gate. Presumably, the vault slams shut on closing time. It's currently open. The vault, the jail-like vault door is closed. They both get a key. They open that. And you are guided. All right. And you are at 4082. Here we go. And she drags a ladder over. This probably about 14 feet tall, this room. And she climbs up it and pulls out a box that is about as described. And brings it down We will be right outside when you're done. And leaves it on a table in the middle and heads outside.
All right.
You
Well,
remember to bring the book, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, presumably I was holding it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was, Garrett was just saying that to break the tension a little bit.
Oh.
Oh.
And I must say, Miss Tyrell, your ability to hold objects is one of your best features.
Mira's kind of raises an eyebrow. Well, I guess nothing else to do but put it in, right?
certainly seems it will be as secure as it can be here.
Certainly. If you'll do the honors, Mira, and gestures at the drawer.
Sure, yeah, I will pop the book in there.
You are also so the way that it works, it is a very like heavy bronze box with it like has a latch that comes down on the front where you are given a key that is unlocked, and then the latch comes up and it pops up from the top. So
We place it in.
yeah. And then you are free to lock it yourself, and you guys will be keeping that key.
Yep.
Who is carrying
Michelle.
the key? This is very important.
I mean, I guess I could.
Miss Tyrell, I would like you to protect this key with your life.
Is now
Or
when
close to
Mira
it.
tells us that she has a secret hidden compartment in her arm, leg.
Just stab herself with it and shove it in. Let it heal
I
over.
mean, I do have a chest compartment, but I don't have any way of opening it.
Oh, with the key, obviously.
Well,
You muddled it after these.
What you do is you take a big knife and you carve it open, and then you insert it, and then you.
I'll
right.
just put it in my
You
pocket.
give the key to Mira.
Yeah.
I'll put that in my inventory.
All right.
Under Miss.
Miss Tyrell, if anyone tries to take that from you of my express permission, and I'll take responsibility to break their hands and fingers.
We'll see. She looks doubtful.
And arms and legs.
Really, whatever you want, honestly.
She looks doubtful.
Like a buffet of broken bones.
All right. And
let's-
with
move it
that, you guys call back over your representative, your agent.
Sure.
Yes.
All right.
Sure, let's call them over and prefer the box. Here you go.
You have it locked. She takes it back up and puts it in, and then there's also like another sliding, I forgot to mention, another like sliding like gate that she then has to slide shut and lock as well before you can even like pull the thing out. She then brings the ladder down, climbs off of it, all that good stuff. Once it's in the corner, she's happy, and all right. This has been absolutely lovely. Anytime you need to access it, you will need to meet with me first. I am going to be your agent for this, and any other immediate business with Perlman Acreage, I can certainly at least get you started, if not be your agent moving forward.
What was her name?
My name is Katerina DeFleur.
If we do need to get in touch with you, Do we just go back to the headquarters where we were originally?
Yes. Yes, and I will be able to schedule whenever you need to access this, and just about anything else you need with Perlman, I will be your first point of contact.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You put down that name, please.
Already did.
Oh, I did not look.
And if there's anything else that I can do for you, get for you, etc., I am more than willing to do so. She's saying as she's like guiding you guys back out, going through all of the same procedures, the double keys, everything else.
It's certainly appreciated, Miss DeFleur.
And as you can certainly see, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Your things are secured in the most secure building in all of Terra.
Excellent. Truly. I do believe we have more business to attend to, so thank you for your time.
Once you guys are both outside, she gives a bow, a couple of handshakes, and quickly makes her way back towards her office.
Right, why don't we head towards his delightful salvaging company, Deep Sea Salvage, and go from there.
Sounds like a plan.
Let's do it.
So,
But
as you guys head towards the harbor, as you guys head towards Ivan's Deep Sea Salvage, as you guys head towards your inevitable confrontation with Captain Wallace, with the hopes that you've made enough preparations, as you finally have had a chance to rest in a bed, a chance to relax, a chance to plan, and things finally feel better. As you steel yourselves for whatever the fuck might be coming next, we will be going ahead and ending tonight's session. Oh. You're back in Fortune's Soul, guys! Back to city politics!
Yay! I thought you were gonna wrap right before we went to the bank.
When I knew you were doing Wallace right after the bank, I feel like going to Wallace is a better session opener.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Oh. Well, I hope you guys are happy with your 55 gold investment, and that it's safe enough there with like 7 layers of double security and hundreds of armed guards.
we should just walk into Wallace's shop. He's just sitting there with the book.
Pretty funny.
That was pretty funny.
He's like flipping through the pages of it. Y'all wouldn't believe what I found when I went to go check and see what was in a safety deposit box. This lady DeFleur, she we've been friends for a while, and she turned me on to this weird book.
Yeah, Ozzy's in the corner flipping a knife in his hand.
Oh, yeah, we're also signed members of the Fortunate Corps, did you know?
Did you know that if you puppet your dead friend, you can get anywhere?
Ooh.
Gosh, what? Whoa.
Oh god. Oh, I'm so excited for the return of horror next week after a fairly happy session.
Katarina didn't look dead when we saw her the second time, right? Just tired.
No, she's obviously a fucking 100-hour-a-week office worker.
Teehee.
For context, she is
Welcome to
paid
finance.
commission.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh.
Like, all those
fun.
agents are paid commission. Like,
Oh, man.
you notice how she kept trying to upsell you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Man, Lawrence is going to have to break into his rainy day fund
Yeah.
and
Oh.
trust one of his fucking boys to break into his rainy day fund.
Oh. Because he's too busy in deep shit with Wallace.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
This is what rainy
And
day
also-
funds are for.
and also scrounge some money. You don't want to see his. And scrounge some money to get them back. And hope they haven't starved.
I love the idea that they're like RimWorld pawns when they're like fucking when you turn a bed from like fucking a hospital to a regular. They're just there on the ground till you fucking tell them what to do. It's been almost a month. I was dying. I wrote this letter like the day you guys left. I was like, God, this is gonna be funny.
Man, curse is hitting, or it's just bad luck. Who knows?
I'm looking forward to next week.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys are gonna handle it, but
see, that's why we have the caravan. It's to deflect the bad luck.
All right, deuces.
My mind.
Good night.